here. There we go. Oh no, this cropping is slightly off. That's probably fine. Hello, everyone. Hopefully the audio is fine. It's possible we're too loud. I have no idea. But welcome to our Duskmorn set review. Commons and uncommons. We're trying to get them all done today, specifically because tomorrow I am judging an RCQ at the Brooklyn Strategist, and on Sunday I'm going to go do some practice drafting of this set in preparation for Worlds. So I want to try to get the set review done before I do any drafts of this set, as opposed to after, because that always feels weird. So yeah, today Julian now has a job, like my usual set review partner, Julian Wellman, and therefore scheduling was very hard for this one. So instead, I am joined by...
Hi, I'm Talia. I've played 2 Pro Tours this year. I am here to review commons and uncommons for Duskmorn.
Video is choppy. I don't know what to do about that. Hopefully the audio isn't also choppy. I don't know. That might just be a unfixable Wi-Fi problem. My internet connection isn't that good. So, since Julian is not here for the set review, he cannot constrain me to the confines of grades. Today, instead of giving real grades, we're going to be giving the cards grades in the form of 2-word vibes. For example, this is a good common, or this is a narrow but useful card. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go along. If you want to see the 2-word vibes that we give each card, you can check out the grades spreadsheets at the !grades command. So yeah. Also, hello, Hannah, Thinji, and Kaxarn. I am doing well. Yeah.
I'm also doing quite well.
Yeah. Let's get started. So, we'll go over the structure. First, we're gonna do there are 20 gold uncommons in the set, 2 for each color pair. It's kind of a creature and a thing with a non-creature type, as best as I can tell. Some of them are some of them are creature and enchantment creature. Some of the color pairs are creature and sorcery. I don't know, but it's very loose either way. But yeah, there's 2 gold uncommon signposts for every color pair, which is great. We love to see that. And yeah, so we'll start off with those just to get an idea of what each color pair is trying to do in this set. We'll probably go over the mechanics as we come up on them. And yeah, so yeah, without further ado, let's get started. First card, Gremlin Tamer. This is white-blue for a 2/2 human scout. It has our first set mechanic here, Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, create a 1/1 red gremlin creature token. So we'll get to what rooms are when we see our first room. It'll be the blue, red, gold uncommon. But basically, the rooms are an enchantment type. And unlocking a room, it will, they're kind of like a split card that you can then cast the other half of by that's what unlocking it means. And Eerie here is a keyword ability thingy, kind of like landfall. It doesn't mean consistently the same thing, but it always has to do with the text of whenever an enchantment enters and whenever you fully unlock a room. That's what Eerie means. So yeah, this is a 2-mana 2/2 that makes a lot of 1/1s, perhaps. Generally pretty strong.
I'm definitely excited to play this card. I am especially excited to play this with rooms, since in my experience, cards like this, which give more minor rewards for doing the thing, tend to be heavily rewarded by cards that can do the things multiple times. So yeah.
Yeah, this can be something that as you're getting value, rooms are inherently a value engine kind of thing, right? It gives you a lot of things to spend mana on specifically, and then this gives you, this lets you turn not fall behind on board as you're spending mana on like getting value from rooms. And also notably, rooms just means there's going to be a higher density of like enchantment. Like usually if you think like, like third path iconoclast, right? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell or like shortcut it to instant or sorcery, you make a 1/1, right? Like usually you're like, oh, okay, like each like instant or sorcery that I put in my deck is like one trigger for that, right? Like you might if you have 10 instants and sorceries in your deck, you can only expect to trigger that 10 times over the course of the game, and definitely less than that, but like 10 times max, right? But each room is actually 2 in 1 because you can both have it like when you first cast it and it enters, and then when you unlock it. So this can actually get more value than usual, though of course enchantments are not quite the same as instants and sorceries. Like it's caring about it differently.
Yep. I strongly agree. I think I would broadly be happy if I were to play a room and then unlock a room. 3 bodies for 2 mana seems highly desirable, especially as said if we're generating value.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if like you make so how many do you? So that's a good framing. Like how many tokens do you want to make this good? Like the first token you make 2 mana for a 2/2 and a 1/1. That's like fine common rate, right? But like the second, like, as soon as you're getting like consistently getting 2, that's like just good. That's just really good, right?
Yep, that is definitely where I'm at. Like I would not be uncomfortable with a fail case where we only get 1, but I think I would like the expected case to be getting at least 2.
Yep, makes sense. Okay. Oh, also of note, many creatures in the set, like the next card we're going to see, are enchantment creatures. That increases the density of enchantments in your deck, probably. But overall, okay, I'm going to give this a 2-word vibe. Strong build around.
I am going to give it usually good. I think it is actually pretty likely to be good, even if you don't commit to building around it fully.
Okay, so we have strong build around and usually good as the vibes. I enjoy this.
This is great.
Okay, next card.
All right, Inquisitive Glimmer. We have an enchantment creature, Fox Glimmer. It is a 2/3 for white blue. With enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, and unlock costs you pay cost 1 less.
Give me a second. I'm going to just briefly fix the cropping on this, but feel free to keep going.
Yep. Yeah. I think I am baseline somewhat less excited about this as a gold uncommon. I find than Gremlin Tamer, primarily because I think it helps a lot that it's an enchantment creature, so it itself will work into perpetuating enchantment synergies. But I also think that it takes more effort to get this to pay for itself. I also find it very interesting that both gold uncommons are 2 mana creatures that provide value when played before or casting enchantments and unlocking rooms.
Yeah, I mean, like it's really nice to be able to play your like build around like your like synergy card on turn 2, like your strong synergy card on turn 2, right? Like it like cheaper is definitely really nice, and like 2 mana 2/3 is a pretty good body. I agree that this is less like the ceiling. I think the ceiling on this is definitely lower than the other one, but like it's still pretty good. Like we had Jukai Naturalist in Neon Dynasty, which was like a 2/2 lifelink instead of a 2/3, but like had a similar like enchantments cost 1 less, and that was pretty good. And I expect this set will have more enchantments. Maybe, I don't actually know.
Yeah, I'm also not sure about that.
I guess I could fact check that really quick. It's Skyfall's not going to work. Okay, well we won't fact check that. But okay, one thing I do want to say is with this card, rooms are very like. Rooms give you a lot of things to spend mana on, right? Because they're like 2 cards in 1, and like both halves get reduced in cost by this. So like that can theoretically be like a really good reason to play this card, right? Like if this is consistently making you like you're consistently going to have more enchantments or rooms to unlock, and therefore, like, maybe this is really good.
I definitely agree with that. And I think the vast majority of the time, if I have things to play this with, I'm going to want to play this card. I have some inherent skepticism of this specific form of mana reduction, because I find that I have some inherent skepticism of this specific form of mana reduction, because I find that if we are trying to generate ongoing value, oftentimes it's more important to be stable when playing the engine than to accelerate it out. But I also think this is very likely to value.
Yeah, this might be better in a like more tempo-y build than a like long game build of like you're just trying to play, like, playing a 2-mana 2/3 on turn 2 and then playing a 4-mana spell on turn 3 and just like going from there, and like maybe incidentally you'll get like more value from rooms, but like this maybe is a shorter game card than the other one.
Yep. That said, obviously this is still enough on rate that I will play it in the vast majority of decks that can utilize it.
Yeah, so blue-white looking to be just like enchantments and rooms. Pretty simple. Do you have a 2-word vibe?
I'll give this one strong build around.
You'll give this one strong
I'll
build
give this
around.
one strong build around.
You given me a dilemma. I was going to go with a different meme to say, but now you've pressured me into saying that this is usually good. I think I'm still gonna go with my original meme, which is good boy. It's just a little guy,
I agree.
Okay, next up. Skull Snap Nuisance. Blue-black for a 1/4 insect skeleton with flying and also eerie. So apparently, like, blue-black is also somewhat enchantment-y. Whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, surveil 1. This is a lot less strong of a payoff than the 1/1 counters. Oh, sorry, that 1/1 creatures, right? Like, generally, like, yeah, surveil is nice. It like helps fuel, like it helps you dig towards more action. It helps you get more eerie triggers, but like it's not gonna actually impact the board. That said, a 1/4 flyer is probably going to be a slightly better. It's probably going to be like a pretty good body. Like obviously better than a 2/2. But yeah, Hannah, saving room for good display on the previous one. But yeah, I think overall this is like okay. I don't have a strong feeling about it.
I'm excited by this primarily because of the 1/4 flying body. I think that if you're in a deck that is trying to generate long-term value with enchantments, then I would very much like a effective flying blocker, especially since I've found flying creatures can be issues in decks like that in a lot of formats. I'm pretty interested in this card, but I also do acknowledge that the payoff is less important than it is a blocker, I think.
Yeah, this is just like efficient body. I guess that's my vibe, efficient body.
Yep, I was going to say flying blocker.
Efficient body, flying blocker. Great. Next up.
Fear of Infinity. We have an enchantment creature, Nightmare, for 1 blue-black. It is a 2/2 with flying and lifelink. It cannot block. And whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, you may return Fear of Infinity from your graveyard to your hand.
It's a weird one.
It is. I think lifelink helps this card a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm immediately thinking of the 3/1 that gets back when you sacrifice a clue from Murders of Karlov Manor, when I say that I feel like cards like this have been somewhat underwhelming recently.
Yeah, that was like the 4-mana 3/1 flyer. When you sack a clue, you get it back from your graveyard, and like that didn't have lifelink, but it could block.
Yes. However, a 2/2 with flying and lifelink tends to be pretty good at racing, which I believe will go a long way towards making this better. I want to maintain some degree of skepticism because this has tended to be underwhelming, but I am interested.
So the big problem with this, so the blue-black card, the other blue-black card I think suffered because blue-black was just overall like understated low rate as a color pair, and like that kind of card which is inefficient but like inefficient mana-wise but like strong in like card like you know you can repeatedly trade the 4-mana 3/1 body off and like perhaps get value off of that could be good value. It just like was held down a lot by its inefficiency, whereas this you can't trade off, right? Like the thing about this card is like you usually can't trade off because it can't block, right? So like your opponent can just choose to just take 2 lifelink every turn, and like I don't know. It certainly is more efficient. It would be a lot worse if it didn't have lifelink, certainly. But I'm also skeptical.
Yes. So I think the lifelink does go a decent way towards making it actually die, because if it can't block, the way we're getting it to die is by forcing opponents to kill it by threatening to race.
Yeah, but like how good? Like I agree that like two points of life swing is like nice racing, but it's like, I guess like the thing to compare this to is like 2 copies of Ill-Gotten Inheritance.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree with this.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the other thing is you can sacrifice this, right? Like there are ways to get this in your graveyard that aren't your opponent trading it off. Like you can sacrifice it, like Chuck brings a good point, you can sacrifice it, you can get into your graveyard, like the previous card Surveils, like you could, accidentally entomb your Fear of Infinity. You can see it off of a Manifest Dread, which is a mechanic we'll get to in a second, but like there are ways to mill in the set. So like there's ways to like discard this. I don't know, but so it's an interesting piece, but like I think you have to work hard.
I don't want to write this card off. And would like to try to make it work, but I am looking at it with a lot of skepticism right now. It has a lot working against it for being just a good tool, generically.
2-word vibe.
Needs work.
Needs work. I will say, okay, what's a good 2-word vibe? I'm going to say 2 Iggies, question mark, in the same tone as 2 Explorers. Okay, which is to say, I think I'm higher on it than you, is to say, but Saw Blade Skin Ripper, 1 black-red for a 3/2 human assassin. This has Menace, and it has 2 sack another creature or enchantment to put a +1/+1 counter on it. Notably, you can do this at instant speed, so be careful on board tricks. And at the beginning of your end step, if you sacrifice 1 or more permanents this turn, it deals that much damage to any target. Okay, so equal to the number of things you sacrificed. Interesting. So overall, like 3 mana 2/2 Menace is like, we've seen 3 mana 2/2 Menace like that grows slowly before, and those are like never that good. But like obviously this can grow faster, and this has a lot of threat of activation. Right, your opponent's not gonna like if your opponent tries to double block this with 2 1/1s, they're gonna have a bad time. And it like this is pretty strong against X1s, right?
I think it has okay aggressive combat. Threat of activation is a thing. I don't want to lean on it too hard as a concept, because as depending on the board state, it's easy for this unless we're putting work into it, this cost of activation could be decently high. Well, I think that I am interested in how much exists in the set that is easy to sacrifice for its end step ability.
I think there's a decent amount of like enchantments that like ETB do something and like stick around for like slight value, but like you're not that sad to get rid of.
That's reasonable. I do think it is somewhat notable that I do think though that it is somewhat notable that both its ability in combat and its end of turn and its end step ability are specifically good against 1/1s and smaller creatures. So I think and I do have concerns about this against larger threats.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like if your opponent plays a 4/4 and maybe another creature, right? Oh, this is a 3/2, not a 2/2. I misread that for some reason. But if your opponent plays a 4/4, you could trade with the 4/4 by sacking one thing on your attack or something like that. But then you're paying 5 mana. You won't even get the end step trigger. You can start making a big menacer, but maybe they have removal, maybe they can block it. It seems I think overall it seems okay. There is one act of treason in the set, but there are also a lot of sack outlets, so you don't necessarily need this. And notably, this isn't anything special. 2 mana is enough that it's not that premium, right? You can't curve this into active treason second thing. But yeah, I don't know.
Yep. Personally, I suspect this is going to just wind up being a decent build around. If you are leaning into the sack theme, it's going to do work for you. It's likely to do work for you. It just seems a bit limited if you're just trying to play it on rate in its utility.
Yeah, I think I want to say that this card looks decent but mopey. That's going to be my 2-word vibe.
Oh, I'm just going to say it kills 1/1s.
Kills 1/1s. 1/1s is a single word.
I agree.
Great. Next up.
Disturbing Mirth. We have an enchantment for red-black. When Disturbing Mirth enters, you may sacrifice another enchantment or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. When you sacrifice Disturbing Mirth, manifest Dread.
So, good time to talk about Manifest Dread. Very simple. When you Manifest Dread, you look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them on the battlefield face down as a 2/2, and the other one in your graveyard. And you can that 2/2 works like a more for manifest. It works like a manifest. If you've played cons or whatever, you can turn it if it's a creature, you can turn it face up at any time as a special action, and it'll just be face up. Notably, so some rules notes about manifest. You can't respond to someone turning a creature face up because it's a special action. It's not an activated ability. It doesn't use the stack. So you can't go you can't go oh, you're about to turn your 2/2 face up to be a 6/6 or something, paying a bunch of mana. I'm gonna shock it in response. That doesn't work. As soon as they pay the cost, it's just face up. And there's a lot of art like this in the set. It's great. I love it.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of this art.
Certainly not everyone's cup of tea, but the 2 of us certainly.
This is not we're not on the best art in the set with this, but I'm enjoying it already.
It is the best art in the set. 1 mana aura in blue.
Very likely.
Okay.
So this definitely feels like the most devoted build around we've seen so far. This effect does a lot to keep fueling you if you're in the sacrifice theme, both by drawing you cards and manifesting Dread. But obviously I want to be able to sacrifice it pretty consistently to play this card, and also both sides of this card require work to do literally anything.
Yeah. Notably, in a normal game, if you just put this in take random limited deck, you put this in that deck. Well, okay, I mean it does sack a creature to draw 2, but it would be a really bad card, right? But yeah, so to answer chat, yes, you can flip manifests face up in response to anything. You can do it you can flip manifests up at instant speed. Yeah, so. Okay, the raw rate on this card, if you assume everything works, is really good, right?
Oh yeah.
If you have cheap fodder, it's close to a draw 2 that then also it's a mole drifter kind of, right? If it could sack itself, you imagine, yes. Right? It would be a draw 2 make it 2/2, and that 2/2 might be better than the 2/2 also. We'll probably need to talk about how good Manifest Dread is at some point. I guess red-green is the Manifest Dread archetype, I think, so we can wait for that. But yeah, like I agree, it takes a lot to work, but at the same time, it also doesn't feel like it feels like a rate payoff, not a like game like strategic payoff. You know what I mean? Like when you make it work, it's like good on rate, but like my worry with that kind of thing is like it's slightly good on rate, or not slightly, it's decently good on rate, but like you probably like sacrificed some amount to get that rate, right?
So obviously, if you get both halves, I do think Muldrifter is a good comparison point for if you get both halves of the card, obviously. And I believe that, so my belief is that I want to put it up a bit because I think Muldrifter is a uniquely good card to theoretically have in a sacrifice deck. Just for the amount of raw material it creates while being while also representing board affecting sacrifice fodder. That said, and I also do agree that it is a card that requires you to be already running to work and does not win the game.
Yeah, that's the real problem I have with this card, which is like you can't play it on turn 2, right? You can't play it early. And then like you can play it like once you're established, and then it's like once you're established, it's a Muldrifter. I don't like that. Part of the power of Muldrifter is that it's just like it just works. It just always works.
That's very reasonable. I think I'm more interested in this card if there is substantial other non-creature fodder, or like enchantments that stick around and are easy to sacrifice. But otherwise, because I think that actually does a lot to deal with the problem of being bad from like a low resource game state or a game state where you have fallen behind and are running low on stuff. But beyond that, I do agree that it has a lot of fail case worked into it.
Okay. 2-word vibe?
I'm on good but risky.
Good but risky.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is not a word, so
sure.
That's fine. Good but risky. Thank you for the subs, Nicole and Hannah. Anyways, what's my 2-word vibe? Good but risky. That's a good vibe. That's a good vibe. How about I want to say hard to achieve rate, but that's like at least 3 words. Difficult difficult. No. Rate with friction.
Oh, I really like that.
Rate with friction. There we go. Anyways, next up, Wildfire Wickerfolk. Red-green for a 3/2 artifact creature Scarecrow. It has haste. And it also has Delirium. It gets +1/+1 and trample as long as there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard. So Delirium, old returning mechanic, things that care about having 4 or more card types in your graveyard. There's also some cards that don't literally say Delirium in the set that care about like number of types in your graveyard. Most things will say 4 exactly. So first of all, I think like ignore the word Delirium on this card, first of all, because I already know what my 2-word vibe is, and it is unhinged rate. Because 2 mana for a 3/2 haste? Excuse me?
Yeah, if this card, if anything resembling aggressive red-green is at all viable, this card is going to be great. We never see 3/2s with haste. The fact that it scales is absurd for the fact that it's already well above rate. I'm just going with kills opponent.
Kills opponent. I'm putting these in all caps for that.
I think it's reasonable for this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's that much to say about this because I don't know. Like, shoutouts to the berserker from Call Time, the 3-mana 3/2 haste. This shaves a full mana off with upside.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that's a good thing to note. And that Pillow Swine says in chat. I believe most of the cards in this set that say Delirium on them are, all of the creatures in this set that say Delirium on them are 2 types. Like, they're like either artifact creatures or enchantment creatures. So like when you're in the Delirium deck, I think most of them are artifact creatures even. So you'll tend to have a lot of artifact creatures and enchantment creatures that doubly contribute. So like if you just put an artifact creature, an enchantment creature, and a land in your graveyard, or an artifact creature, a land, and an instant to your graveyard, that's like enough to satisfy Delirium. So I think we're going to have a pretty good time enabling Delirium.
Oh, I'm definitely pretty high on Delirium in general in the set, with both the density of multi-type cards and Manifest Dread, for instance, as a mechanic that'll easily get things into the graveyard that don't usually get there.
Yeah, also notably with Manifest Dread, you get to choose which one goes to the graveyard, right? So sometimes you might choose to just put a land on the battlefield face down as a 2/2 because I don't know, you don't really care about turning a creature face up, and then put an artifact creature in the graveyard just so you immediately hit Delirium with because of other things already.
Yes, I'm not assuming Delirium is literally free, but I am assuming that if you want to get Delirium in the set, you will be distinctly able to.
Yeah, definitely agree. So yeah, I think, and especially creatures like this that are good without the Delirium and give you a really good payoff when they do have the Delirium. That's pretty good.
Seems good. It seems solid.
Anyways, next up.
Beastie Beatdown. Red and green for a sorcery. Choose target creature you control and target creature an opponent controls. Delirium. If there are 4 more card types among cards in your graveyard, put 2+1/+1 counters on the creature you control. The creature you control deals damage equal to its power to the creature an opponent controls.
Okay, so 2 mana bite.
2 mana bite.
And then what was the card What was the card from Guilds of Ravnica? RNA or whatever? The head smash thing, you're smashing.
I don't recall exactly.
It was 1 red green, +2/+2 until end of turn fight.
Was it Savage Smash?
Savage Smash, yeah. This is with Delirium, this is a Savage Smash that bites, not fights.
I actually am willing to imagine that I was actually thinking about that, Nicole, and I cannot think of a better templating for this card offhand.
Yeah, no, I think this is a fine card.
Yep. I am assuming this card is quite good.
Oh, yeah. So, this is another thing where, a 2 mana bite is okay. Obviously, the fact that it's gold, a 2 mana bite is, an okay, decent common rate, right? And the fact that it's gold is bad, but, it's so much upside if you enable Delirium, right? It's so, 2+1/+1 counters? We 1+1/+1 counter is generally what we've seen, but, the kind of green removal spell that's 1+1/+1 counter in fight is generally pretty decent because it's you're just not quite a full extra card of value, but it's pretty good. 2+1/+1 counters starts to get to actually this is really a full extra card of value.
Oh yeah. If you have Delirium enabled, this is generating so much more than 2 mana worth of value and often multiple cards worth.
Yeah.
Earth.
Do you have a vibe?
I want to just call it removal with upside.
Removal with upside. I'm going to call it, what do you want? I'm just going to go with a very simple Delirium payoff. I think this is just a very, very strong Delirium payoff.
Oh, I agree.
Next up, Shrewd Storyteller. 1 green/white for a 3/3 human survivor, and this introduces a new mechanic, which is called Survival. A lot of green and white creatures will have this mechanic, as well as some other creatures. The main gimmick of this is all these creatures say at the beginning of your second main phase, if this creature is tapped, and then it does something. In this case, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So obviously, the joke is, you attack in order to tap your creature generally, right? But there are some other ways in green-white, as we'll see with the next card, to either be better at pushing your creatures through to get them to attack, or B, tap your creatures without attacking with them. So, is 3 mana, 3/3, Luminarch Aspirant kind of, but it doesn't work the turn it comes down, and it needs to survive. Notably, it needs to survive attacking, which is, I think, very flavorful. Right?
Yep, I definitely agree with that. Obviously, if this is a Luminarch Aspirant, it's kind of absurd. I do think this is a survival payoff that makes me uniquely interested in specifically attacking with it and not tapping with it in other ways, largely because I think this is much worse to do if you're on blocks or generating value or doing any of the other number of things that involve tapping it out of combat.
Yeah, when the benefit you're getting is stats, it's kind of tapping a creature to get stats is kind of without attacking is kind of rough, because you're going down stats on boards to get stats, right? Which long term is nice, but if you could just tap this, obviously that would make the card better, but it would be a bit awkward on blocks, certainly.
Yeah, my instinct is that a lot of how good this card is going to be will come down to the question, are you able to play this on turn 3 and attack with it on turn 4? And if the answer is yes, it is likely to be quite good.
Yeah. I think I have a 2-word vibe for this.
Yeah?
My 2-word vibe is going to be play tricks.
Well, I like that vibe.
Do you have a 2-word vibe?
Yeah, I'll just go with enable attacks, because that's also where I'm at.
Sounds good. Next up.
Baseball bat. White, green, when it enters, artifact equipment, when it enters, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature attacks, tap up to 1 target creature with equip for 3.
Hefty equip cost.
Yep. Yep. It's a hefty equip cost, but also you're going to be able to skip it the first time.
Yeah. And it's really impactful, right? This is what's the card called? Leonin Bolas or whatever?
I mean, I was thinking immediately of Grasp of the Hieromancer with a bunch of random upside.
I don't know that card very well. I don't know Leonin Bolas that well either. This is worse than Leonin Bolas, but three is large, but the thing is so the ideal play pattern with this card is you play it, it attaches, you attack, and then if your creature gets removed later, hopefully you've gotten your value already, and then if your opponent removes it later, presumably it'll be late enough in the game that you're just fine paying 3, right?
I think it's notable with regards to 3 being a high cost to recognize that this effect is likely fairly playable even if treated as an aura.
Mm-hmm.
If a creature equipped with baseball bat is going to be very hard to prevent from attacking, just remarkably difficult. And so it's a bit soft to removal, but if we're in a game state where our opponent is removing our creatures and grinding it out, the fact that it has an equip cost at all is nice. And if our opponent is not spending time removing our creatures, we kind of just get to run away with attacks with this card.
Yeah, and I think this card is very, very important to this card looks very good in the Survivors deck because is so good at pushing through attacks, right? You just, like tapping down one of their things like makes it's really hard for your opponent to present like that many blockers to like properly block your survival creature, hopefully. Right? And yes, Chuck brings up a good point, which is you can tap your own creatures. If your opponent just like doesn't have any blockers anyways, or like let's say your opponent has a 2/2, right? And you have 2/2/2s with survival. You can put this on one of the 2/2s, make it a 3/3, attack with your now 3/3, tap your own 2/2, so that you get the survival benefit at end of combat, and your opponent like can't really block anyways. So
yep. Notably, if you are if you're on like a runaway start where your opponent is struggling to block, it can perpetuate it by functionally giving your survivor abilities haste, which is...
Oh, yes. That's important. You can trigger survival on something you played that turn.
Yep.
So, what are your vibes?
Good aura.
You realize there's ethereal armor in the set. You can't just say it's an aura.
Stop me.
My vibe is home run. Anyways, one of the weirdest gold uncommons we've seen, I think, in some time. 3 white, black. Shroud Stomper for a 5/5 Death Touch Elemental. When it enters or attacks, each opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 life and draw a card. This thing is a beating. Certainly, if you resolve this card, it does a lot. It's a 2-for-1, right? It draws a card and then it leaves behind a body. It drains them for 2, so it stabilizes you, and it has Death Touch, so it trades. I don't know if this is the first signpost ever that costs 7, but we certainly don't see very many that cost 7. But like,
yep.
7 is a lot.
None are coming to mind, but I definitely remember the experience of playing in formats with 7 mana signposts. So I believe it has not been, but yeah, this is obviously notable. I mean, I am fairly excited at the prospect of playing this as a control finisher if the format is slow enough that I'm not going to die just for having a 7-drop in my deck.
Yeah, this is very strong if you are already slow. You can't have too many of these. Having too many of these is bad, is what I'm saying. I think the joke is that white-black is reanimation, which is a weird archetype for a limited set. But yeah, I don't think there's any common reanimation spells in this set, so I don't know how well this will work.
I think I definitely want to treat this as a control finisher before I treat it as a reanimation payoff. I am tentatively interested in this. I recognize how high 7 is, but like this does everything you want out of a 7-drop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with my vibe being control, not reanimate. Or like not just like control, not just reanimate. I'm gonna cheat a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna just say control finisher.
Yeah, I think like 7 is cheap enough that like you can cast it. Like it's not 8, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Speaking of reanimation,
Rite of the Moth. 1 white, black sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it with flashback for 3 white, black.
Oh, there is a common reanimation spell apparently. 4 and a white for gain 3 reanimate.
Oh, that's pretty desirable. Also, Unburial Rites.
Is that your vibe?
I mean, is it not Unburial Rites?
Well, I mean, yes, it is Unburial Rites, but like, are you putting that down as your vibe?
Probably.
Unburial Rites.
I mean, I like this card a lot, obviously. It is a reasonable recursive value tool, even if you're not doing any even if you're not cheating things out with it. And it seems like the best. I would be shocked if this is not the best reanimation tool we have at uncommon or lower.
Yep. My vibe is unsplashable power. Do not splash this card. You may note, as chat did, that the front side costs black, and the back side, the flashback, costs white. So if you want both sides, you'll need both double pips. It's really hard to splash this. Don't.
That is true.
So yeah, this points to what this card points to is that they're trying to make a they're trying to make a focused black-white reanimator deck. I don't know how much I believe, because reanimator decks take a lot to make work. You need to put a card into your graveyard, right? Granted, there is I suspect that you need better than the previous card we saw as a reanimation target. I don't think the previous card we saw is quite enough to justify putting that much effort into reanimation. You need to also get other value, because I just don't think that's how limited sets work. You even if you put that card into play on turn 4, if you spend a lot of time setting that up, you are still liable to die. And it still dies to removal also, right? It's not like an Atraxa that means you'll win the game after resolving the trigger because you've drawn 5 cards. It only draws 1 card, which is a good 2-for-1, but still, if your opponent just removes it, and then you can't, if the rest of your deck isn't efficient at using the 2-for-1 because it has a lot of infrastructure set up in order to set up reanimates, I'm a bit skeptical. That's all I'm saying.
I definitely share your skepticism about the reanimator deck. I would definitely want something that's better at stabilizing than, for instance, what we just saw, to want to do that. But I also want to reiterate that I think this card is quite good outside of I think this card is quite good in a fair context.
Yes, yeah, I think that's the thing. I think this white-black stuff looks like it's trying to push you towards going oh yeah, we're just doing an all-in reanimator deck. I don't think you should do that. You should play a good control deck for this is not actually, this card, Rite of the Moth, is not actually that good of a reanimator card, in that if you just try to put one big thing in your graveyard, then Rite of the Moth it, right? The flashback doesn't do anything then, because it has a finality counter on it, right? So I think it's just better as a powerful sometimes you'll cheat something out with it. Sometimes you're just using it for powerful value.
Oh yeah, I agree strongly. When I see this card, what I'm thinking is much less as a way to make unfair reanimation work than in a longer game with a grindy control deck, the ability for it to represent my 2 best creatures.
Yep. Next up, Intruding Soul Rager. Blue-red for a 2/2 spirit with vigilance. It has top, sacrifice a room. It deals 2 damage to each opponent. You draw a card. So this 2/2 vigilance is okay, obviously. If you you get to sacrifice your rooms, which some of the rooms are a lot of the rooms have cure. One half has an ETB effect and that does something, and the other half is an enchantment that provides value over time. This lets you play. This incentivizes you to perhaps just play the ETB half and then throw it at your opponent for a card. It's pretty good, and I think this is pretty good. And yeah, this is blue-red is the rooms archetype. Overall.
My interest in this card basically goes as deep as there are rooms with specifically ETB effects.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to play a room, get an ETB effect, and sacrifice it to this, but we also need ETB effects that are amenable to us playing a 2-mana 2/2, and sacrificing them in ways that are only generating value by dealing damage and drawing cards, which I do think is actually a notably limited way to generate value off of sacrificing a room.
Yeah, because first of all, the damage is nice, but I somewhat doubt that rooms are going to be that aggressive, right? So you need a way to make the damage you need to have the rooms provide you with board impact, because this is not providing you with board impact. So this is providing you with everything but board impact, right? So yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree here. Like my biggest concern about this card is just that if we're looking at playing rooms for ETB effects, sacrificing them for value, this feels like a slower, more controlling deck, and this is not the value I want to get off of in that deck.
Yeah.
If we're in an aggressive deck that wants to do that, I am very excited about this card, but yeah.
I'm gonna say tempo tension.
I would like to say aggressive value question mark.
Next up, I forgot to rotate this. I'll rotate this and then we'll go to the other view. There we go.
Very nice. All right. Smoky Lounge, Misty Salon, our first room.
Let me crop this. You can keep reading.
So, for the Smoky Lounge half, we have 2 and a red at the beginning of your first main phase. Add red. Spend this mana only to cast room spells and unlock doors. And for the blue half, we have 3 and a blue. When you unlock this door, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying, where X is the number of unlocked doors among rooms you control.
So, okay, first to go over the room mechanic, how these cards work. They all look like this. They all look like a split card that's like rotated. You have to rotate your head and draft, perhaps. And how this works is when you cast the spell to begin with, you can choose one of the 2 sides to cast. So for example, you can cast the Smoky Lounge, and then it'll enter and with that room unlocked. So on the battlefield, you put this on the battlefield, and each of it has 2 sides, and each side can be locked or unlocked. By default, they start out locked, but if the side that you cast will become unlocked as it enters. And then when they're on the if you have a room on the battlefield and you have a locked, if you have a locked room of that room or locked door of that room, I think. If you have a locked door of a room on the battlefield, you can pay the mana cost of that door in order to unlock it. So when you play this room, right, you could choose the right half, paying 3 and a blue to get that effect immediately, and then later unlock the left half in order to get that effect. Or you can pay the left half, get that effect, get that effect, and then at a later point pay the right half to get that effect. This card is intensely room build around.
Oh, I agree. I think I like Smoky Lounge. Yeah, I like Smoky Lounge to some degree as a room build around. I want that degree of, if I'm going to do a room build around that is spending this much time doing things that are potentially non-board affecting, I definitely want to be able to generate that much mana to smooth it. But I also worry about the amount of time we're likely to spend doing non-board affecting things. Misty Salon definitely has limits to how much it can salvage us if we're doing in that situation. If we've fallen behind doing room things, I'm concerned about Misty Salon because we can't play it at first. It is explicitly reliant. It is the board affecting half of this requires us to have done other things first, which is a concern to me.
Yeah, Misty Salon reads more to this is how you grind out the game. This is your the thing that let's imagine you have a bunch of rooms that are shocks or whatever that you can just go kill your creature, play 3 rooms, and this is the thing that grinds out the game or something.
Yes.
You definitely can't Misty Salon, if you cast it as your first room, is a 1/1. Smoky Lounge, let's say on turn 3 you cast Smoky Lounge. Then on turn 4 you spend 2 mana on Misty Salon. You now have a 2/2.
Yes.
And 2 mana. You've spent 5 mana on the 2/2.
Correct.
And the 2/2 that gives you a 2 mana every turn. But you need to be able to spend that mana. Yeah. So I don't know. This card I think this card would be very good if you are like heavily in rooms. Like if you can like consistently, actually every single turn use that red from Smoky Lounge, it's actually very powerful, right?
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. What's your vibe?
My vibe is that it is first of all, 2-word vibe is not board affecting, because I think we need to remember that Misty Salon is not a board affecting card.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I really only want to play this card if I am already deep into rooms. I also find it interesting how much of a non-bow this is with Intruding Soul Rager immediately. Like,
yeah, the previous card, like, you want to keep your rooms on the battlefield for Smoky Lounge, Misty Salon, but the previous one, like, wants you to sacrifice them. Who knows?
Yeah, this feels a bit incoherent. This all feels a bit incoherent in ways I'm skeptical of, but it might be good.
I'm going to say my vibe for this is extremely parasitic. Parasitic in the design sense of like, you know, this only works with, like, you really, really need to be like full on rooms to make this work.
Oh yeah.
Okay, next card, Brood Spinner. It's just a little guy. Black green for a 2/3 with reach. It's a spooter. ETB Surveil 2. And then it has 4 black green, tap sack it at any speed, not just sorcery speed. Create a number of 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard.
I think we need to change the cropping.
Oh, right, thank you.
Yep. All right. So, right off the bat, I like this card a lot. Right off the bat, I like this card a lot. I don't think the 6-mana ability is likely to be a finisher or anything, or particularly, but I think that it generates a decent amount of upfront value in a Delirium deck, especially in its ability to enable Delirium, and it also scales.
Yeah, I don't know. This is just like a really strong 2-drop, like 2-mana 2/3 Surveil 2 with reach.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. This card fixed your arachnophobia. Amazing.
I'm very happy for you.
It's so cute. But yeah, I don't know. My vibe is just like strong rate.
I was gonna say good rate.
Okay, great. Oh, it's strong rate. Good rate. Great. There's not much else to say about this. Like, okay, I do think that the 1/1s will definitely be relevant. Not necessarily as a finisher. But
oh yeah, again, it's scaling. It is a card with good rate on its front that scales.
Yeah.
You're up. Drag to the Roots. 2 black green for an instant with Delirium. This spell costs 2 less to cast as long as there are 4 more card types in your graveyard. Destroy target non-land permanent. This looks very good to me.
Yup. It's just, I know what my vibes are. Cheap and clean.
Reasonable. My vibe is Answers Rooms.
Okay, notably, rooms again are a special action. So, or specifically like unlocking a room that's already on the battlefield. So, like if you already have a room on the battlefield that's half unlocked, and then you go to unlock the other door, it will trigger before your opponent. Like your opponent can't like respond to you trying to unlock the door by killing the room, right? But yeah, you can't, like, once they decide to pay the cost to unlock a door, it will become unlocked, and then the trigger will go on the stack if it's like if it has an immediate effect. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
But still, there are some like ongoing effects that you might want to kill, or you might want to just like kill a room to also remove your opponent's ability to like do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like My expectation, what I specifically mean with my expectation is that I think it will be valuable to be able to kill non-creature permanents in this set,
Yes.
and also this is just a good removal spell on raid.
Yep. Okay. Arabella Abandons Doll. Red white for a legendary artifact creature toy. It's a 1/3. I can make many jokes here. When Arabella Abandons Doll attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less. Red white, go wide, pretty classic. Notably, this counts itself, so minimum this will attack and like drain your opponent for 1.
Yep.
Okay. 1/3 is like a bit small. I would like this a lot more as a 3/1 certainly. But
If the set skews away from, so the biggest reason this card is the biggest reason this card stands out to me is because there are a lot of mechanics like rooms and survivor that in some form or another do kind of skew us away towards blocking with large creatures as a strategy, and that makes something like this, which is able to deal damage on attacks and potentially deal a decent amount of damage on attacks, a lot more desirable to me. But it still obviously has the weakness of you need to be able to make a 1/3 attack, which is not going to be easy.
yeah, but like it is really nice that like if you play this on turn 2 and then turn 3 you like play 2 creatures, like play a like thing that makes a token, right? So like, you know, put 2 creatures on the battlefield, you just like get to immediately swing and like drain for 3.
Oh yeah,
And that's really strong. It's just like small, you know. I'm gonna say strong but small. How about you?
I'm gonna say potentially punishing, because I do think that is a function it has.
Okay, next up.
Midnight Mayhem. 2 red white for a sorcery. Create 3 1/1 red gremlin creature tokens. Gremlins you control gain menace, lifelink, and haste until end of turn.
Gremlins.
Gremlins.
Timely reinforcements, this isn't quite.
Agreed.
Red white really likes lifelink, huh? Or like get life gain here.
It does.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
mean, this is good, right?
It's not. I mean, the problem is that it's not really a finisher in and of itself in the way like a timely reinforcements is. It's kind of just make 3 1/1s and gain a bunch of life.
Yeah, but they have menace.
This is true,
right? So you can just attack. Like even if your opponent has blockers, you can probably just attack with them.
Oh, I do agree with that. I'm just. If we assume your opponent has 2 blockers, you're attacking for gremlins, you like say 2 blockers, which I think is a fairly reasonable assumption. You're swinging for life gain equal to the gremlins you control -1, which is like obviously a lot of this is going to come down to how many gremlins are viable and how many things are reward you for having tokens.
There don't seem to be very many gremlins in the set.
Yeah.
At least not on Scryfall. Yeah, I just don't think there's that many gremlins. Like, I think that this mostly says give those tokens.
Like...
those keywords.
A lot of it is that I'm not convinced that without support paying 4 mana to drain 3 for 3 tokens that stick around is like a finisher or a massive swing. I think it's good on rate if it plays out like that, but I think that there is a dramatic. But I'm like skeptical. I am skeptical of treating this as like a finisher or meaningful reach.
Yeah, it's really weird to me. Like the red white stuff seems kind of small. It just seems small. Like creatures just seem small. How are we pumping these creatures? Maybe there's going to be a +2/+1 like anthem, right? Like, I assume there might be, but like, I don't know. What's your vibe?
I want to say like synergistic rate because that's how I read it. But yeah.
I think I'm going to be lower on this than you and say not reinforcements.
I agree that it is not reinforcements.
This is really not heroic reinforcements.
Like I do think the most important thing, the most substantial part of my opinion at least, is like this is not a finisher.
Yeah, like, and since it's, without it being a finisher, it just feels kind of awkward. But yeah, Oblivious Bookworm, blue-green for a 2/3 human wizard. At the beginning of your end step, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless a permanent enters the battlefield face down under your control, or you turn a permanent face up. This card is okay. I think this card is extremely strong. It's because so on your baseline on your end step, it can loot, right? So baseline is a 2/3 that loots on your end step, which includes immediately. That's like actually very strong, right? Like think of this compared to like a Merfolk looter. You're like half a turn faster than that, right? And it's a 2/3, and it just needs to tap. And then on top of that, every single time you manifest Dread, you draw 2 cards with this overall kind of. Like not every single time, but you only need to manifest Dread every other turn for this to draw a card every single turn, right? Because you get one instance of it drawing a card from you manifesting, and then one instance of it drawing a card from you flipping the thing up, right? So like if you alternate one turn manifesting, one turn flipping, one turn manifesting, one turn flipping, then like every turn you're drawing an extra card, and that's really strong.
Oh, I agree. I agree strongly with this. I think this card seems great to me. Obviously, baseline looter that functionally loots with haste is haste and can block while looting is great, is like solid, and the fact that it can draw cards if you're doing the thing. I agree with everything you said. Do
you want to know what my 2 card drive is?
What?
Mythic Uncommon.
I don't think you're wrong. I just want to say, defensive rate. I'm not interested in being... I'm not willing to be that dramatic yet, but I do find it interesting, actually, how many of the gold uncommons we've seen are...
Cost 2 mana?
Specifically, are 2-drops with defensive stat lines.
Yeah, so both the blue-white ones are 2-drops. We have a 2/3 here, 1/4 here, that's 2-drop. This is a 2-drop, but offensive. This is a 2-drop, not amazing. This one is a defensive 2-drop, defensive. Well, I mean, it's kind of offensive, but it has a defensive stat line, right?
Yes,
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that so many of the build-arounds are explicitly 2-drops with greater toughness than power. And
I think that probably leads to a more synergistic set, probably, is what I'm feeling. It'll be harder to, punish your opponent for playing a synergistic 2-drop. Because they can probably block with it.
I definitely agree. I think it also... I agree with this. Yeah, I think I just disagree with this. I think I disagree with this. All right, Growing Dread. Blue-green flash. When it enters, manifest Dread, and when you turn a permanent face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It's an enchantment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, first of all, 2 mana, 2/2 flash, kind of. I mean, that's pretty good. And the free counters are nice. I don't have a sense of how often you're turning things face up.
I think the lack of any sort of morph variant is going to make it harder to turn things face up.
Well, the joke is that you're manifesting Dread lot, and then you'll probably find good creatures.
Yeah, of course.
Imagine if you turn 2 flashless in, and then turn 3, flip up the other. You found the other gold uncommon, you flip it up, and it's 3/4 now, and it draws you a card. It's pretty good. Obviously, Manifest Stress is so weird as a mechanic. It's gonna be a really interesting one to play with because, if your opponent attacks a face down 2/2 into you, you have no idea what it could be. It could literally be anything. It could even be a boat. But if there's a boat in the set, I don't know if there's a boat in the set.
I mean, that's part of the horror, right? You don't know what's attacking you.
That's fair. That's fair. The fear of the unknown. Wait, do they not have a card called Fear of the Unknown? I don't think they do.
Ouch.
Anyways, this card. What's your vibe?
I think my vibe is small advantages. It gives...
That's a good one.
Yep.
Small advantages. I want to say... I feel like this vibe might not be completely pertinent to specifically this card, but the vibe I want to say is Delirious Dread. Like, this is an enchantment that manifests dread and mills you one, right?
That is true.
So I'm gonna say Delirious Dread. And leave it at that. Okay, so that's all of the gold uncommons. We went pretty in depth with all of those. We'll probably want to speed up for the rest, but good to spend a lot of time thinking about each of these archetypes, thinking about how things interact. I'm tentatively pretty excited for the set, looking at all of that, certainly. It looks like a set that I would enjoy, lots of intricacies,
Oh, same. There definitely are a lot of micro synergies and it feels like a lot of things that enable you to take advantage of those micro synergies.
Yeah. So want to do the lands and then take a short break for water and such?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Terramorphic Expanse. We know this card. I'm going to just give it a very simple vibe. Evolving Wilds.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to just give it the vibe Terramorphic Expanse in order to spite you.
But you could have gone with Escape Tunnel.
Yeah, but it doesn't make things unblockable. It can't enable your survivors.
Okay, great. We all know how these cards work. They're always fairly high pick. Fixing is important and limited. Just have a good mana base, please. Card is good.
Abandoned Campground.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Ender's tapped unless a player has 13 or less life. Weirdly, obviously these lands are going to be better in either aggressive decks or decks that are built to take damage early. I think... Yeah. I do feel like blue-white is going to be specifically a bit awkward, but blue-white is probably also more comfortable playing tap lands.
Yeah, I mean, so this is a full cycle, right? I only put one card here to represent the full cycle because I figured might as well just talk about the whole thing. So all 10 color pairs have a land that's exactly this. I don't know, you just play Guild Gates,
Yeah.
You just play tap lands unlimited. These are good. I think they're probably worse than the gain life tap lands or the deal of damage tap lands. Maybe.
I think it depends a lot on how games play
That's
out.
fair. That's fair. I guess entering untapped late is actually kind of nice.
Yeah, the ability. I think a lot of it comes down to. Actually, more than the more I think about it, the more I think my interest in these lands is going to come down a lot to how willing we are to take damage, more even than how capable we are of dealing damage. But I think they probably are generally worse than the game lands, but I still like them a lot.
Yeah. It's a weird design. I mean, I don't know. My vibe is just dual land. I don't have an interesting vibe because these are just bread and butter structure of this limited set. But good to know that these exist.
You know what? My vibes are good for soup. I think that this line is actually soup oriented.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Speaking of soup, water break.
Yeah, it works for me.
Yeah, I'm going to I guess put on an ad and let's go to a very quick break, I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes before we move on to the white comments. So yeah, we will be right back. I'm just gonna mute unmute, and we're back.
Hello.
Okay, so we're back with our first white common. Also, whoa, thank you for the 100 bits cheer. Have I heard of MTG Set Review? Yes, I have heard of MTG Set Review, and I was looking at that and looking at like using that. Like Alex Corticall sent that to me. The only reason I'm not using it for this stream specifically was because I really wanted like today was the only day that like would fit in my schedule for doing this stream, and notably like things aren't on Scryfall yet, which I assume is where you're pulling from. So like when I checked this morning, not all the cards were on there. So I wanted to, and I wasn't sure if all the cards were going to be on there in time, so I like made my own slides instead. But yes, I have seen that. Really cool site. Huge props. Everyone should check it out if you're interested in doing something like this. It's like mtgset.review or something. I'll put a link in the chat. Yeah, the site is really cool. Really appreciate that work, but just wasn't quite what I needed because of the tight timeline purely. But anyways, without further ado, let's do white commons. I guess I think I want to like put sections on this. So like gold uncommons, then put white commons here. Okay, so the first white common we have is Possessed Goat. We have another goat. It is white for a 1/1 creature goat. It has 3, I think. Yeah, 3. Discard a card, put 3 +1/+1 counters on Possessed Goat, and it becomes a black demon in addition to its other colors and type. Activate only once. Notably, you can activate at instant speed, but is it just me or does this card suck?
I think that whether this card has any value at all will depend heavily on the relevance of a 4/4.
I think I know the joke with this one. Is a discard outlet for the white black reanimator.
Oh, I was definitely thinking that.
I don't like this though. So if you just play and activate it on turn 4, it is a 4-mana 4/4 discard a card. Which is not great.
It is not. I mean, it's really bad on rate. There are extremely specific worlds where I don't hate the idea of having a 4/4 attacking on turn 3, in which case I don't hate this, but like the second my opponent has a 2/3 blocker, I hate this card.
I'm saying terrible rate for my vibe.
Probably unplayable for mine.
Okay, great.
Jump scare. Instant for white. For 1 white. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+2, gains flying, and becomes a horror enchantment creature until in addition to its other types. This seems good to me.
Yeah, it's a good trick. We get these +2/+2 flying a lot. Unclear whether it becoming an enchantment is good or bad or neutral. I don't know. Like most of the enchantment, like caring about enchantment stuff is like eerie, which this doesn't trigger. So like whatever.
Yeah. Notably, I feel like I recall most of the +2/+2 gain flying costing 2, not 1, costing 2 mana.
I guess that is true. Oh, okay. This is like a new rate, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I believe this is a new rate for that.
Yeah, but like, okay, we've gotten a lot of 1 mana untap, give it +1/+3 in fly.
Yes, that is definitely a thing.
Which like this, it's not clear that this is better.
I definitely agree that it's not clear that it's better.
In fact, I would say it's worse. Like obviously, it gives more power. It's more aggressive.
Yes.
More aggressive, less flexible.
Yeah, I think that is a very, very good way to put it. I I still think it looks like a pretty good trick to me overall. Oh,
5?
trick plus reach.
Trick plus reach. Reaching damage, not reaching the blocking flyers way. Though you can block flyers way.
I would argue both.
That's fair. Double reach. I'm going to say for this one, plus aggressive. I need to do this. I think plus aggressive, plus aggression minus flexibility. Specifically compared to the normal versions of this that we get, whatever normal means. But yeah, I'm cheating with the pluses and the minuses, but we won't talk about that. Next, acrobatic cheerleader. 1 on white for a 2/2 human survivor. It has survival. If it's tapped at the beginning of your second main phase, you put a flying counter on it. This ability triggers only once. So if you can successfully attack with this once, you'll have flying from then on.
There is a lot I don't love about this card, but I also think
it's good.
Yeah, but I also think that it's good. Like, I don't like the degree. It feels a bit abysmal defensively for the way the set has appeared so far, which is not my favorite thing. But it also like does do the things that all the aggressive decks want to do in minor ways, I guess.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to give the vibe lofty goals. Specifically because, like, you know, it is good when it works, and, like, there are ways to enable it. So like, this is achievable, but, like, it does somewhat need things to go right.
Yep. I'm going to just put in aggressive work. Because I think yeah.
So, I guess one thing that's interesting about this card is, like, interestingly, in order to give it evasion, you need to get it through once, right? Which is weird. Like,
yes.
You have demonstrated the ability to get it through, and then your reward is the ability to get it through.
Yes, you know? I agree with this. Arguably, I do think this card, like, also somewhat highlights part of my broad skepticism with a lot of, like, creatures like this being tapped outside of combat, because, like, I'm not convinced that playing a card and tapping it at sorcery, like playing a creature and tapping it at sorcery speed in order to create a Windrake is valuable, I guess.
Like, if you just had an enchantment that said, you may have creatures you control enter the battlefield tapped, you might not, like, you don't think that gives very much value to, like, playing it just tapped as a Windrake. I think it's pretty good value. I think it definitely
increases its value. It's more that, like, I think it's good to play with those effects. I don't want to, like, build a deck that's oriented to do that in order to get cards like this, I guess is what I'm thinking.
That's fair. Like you wouldn't want to put too much effort into tapping it.
Yes. Yeah, like it does not feel like enough of a reward to warrant, like, more effort, to warrant more tapping it unless we can do so somewhat passively. Fair. Is what I'm really saying.
Anyways, next card.
Fear of Surveillance. 1 into white, enchantment, creature nightmare. 2/2 vigilance. Whenever it attacks, surveil 1.
Does surveil. Thoughts? Vibes?
Bear with upside. I don't know, it's a bear with a bunch of random upside.
Bear with upside. Yeah, I mean, solid 2-drop. I want to say, like, I don't know, it sure is a bear with upside. It, like, has a lot of upside. Like, I think it's a good card. Solid 2-drop. Like, it's like that card from Alcia, the one that, like, is a 2/2 that when it attacks, scry 1, but it doesn't even have vigilance, and this one does. That one's when it becomes tapped, you scry 1.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think this card, I think the card just, like, it feels like a card you will play and get value out of.
Yep.
And not much more than that.
Next up, I need to swap the view real quick. We have Grand Entryway and Elegant Rotunda. So Grand Entryway is when you one and a white for a when you unlock this door, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. So this is one of the main tokens of the set. 1/1 glimmers. And the right half is when you unlock this door for 2 and a white, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So notably, you cannot put 2 counters on one thing. So if we take this, so this is for the whole thing, you're paying 5 mana split up into 2+3 for a 1/1 and then 2 counters. So you could say 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer that puts a counter on something. That's not great, right? But so I think the overall rate is terrible, right?
Yeah. Notably, the glimmer doesn't fly.
Oh, this doesn't fly?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. No. This.
Okay.
It doesn't fly, but I do think it is important to note that the glimmer is also an enchantment, so
Yes.
it will trigger your eerie effects twice.
Yes, that I think. Yeah, I think this card is purely you need synergy with this card.
Yes, this card looks kind of abysmal on rate, but I really like it but I kind of just really like it with the eerie cards we've seen so far.
I don't know if I want to say really like it.
Fair. The rate is rough. But I don't know, it just seems actively quite good at enabling eerie to me.
Okay, this is really good with the blue-white card. That makes it tokens, right?
Yes.
Because at that point you're paying 2 mana for 3 1/1s, right? Which is really nice.
Yep.
It's also good with the other blue-white card, right? Because then you're playing 1 white. So you're playing 1 white, right? White and then 1 and a white. Because it reduces both halves in order to get a 2/2 and a 1/1. You put the counter on this and then you get a +1/+1 counter somewhere.
Yep.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. No, I'm
Okay. Eerie glue.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say exclusively eerie.
Okay. Next up.
Cult Healer, creature human doctor, 2 and a white for a 3/3 with eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, Cult Healer gains lifelink until end of turn.
How good is a 3/3 lifelink for 3?
I think it's okay. I think it's a bit rough that it is only likely to have lifelink on your turn.
Yeah. It doesn't block as a lifelinker. That's unfortunate.
Yep. Ironically, this is a card I don't love the idea of play. Aing with the one we just saw with Grand Entryway, Elegant Rotunda.
Well, yeah, I guess not. It's you could on turn 4 play make a 1/1 and also play something else and attack for 3 lifelink and the next turn give this a counter and attack for 4 lifelink.
It seems okay, but it doesn't make me feel it is not a card that makes me feel like I have paid adequately. I guess it is not a card that makes me feel like I have put adequate effort into or gotten adequate value out of Grand Entryway. I think where I personally land on this is that I like this with larger rooms more than I do with smaller rooms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you only need to trigger it once.
You only need to trigger it once, and it will help. You only need to trigger it once, and it will help keep you alive to generate value off of your longer rooms. It feels much more as a way, or it feels more than anything like a card that is about keeping you alive when doing big room things.
My take on this, and I think what my vibe is going to be, is needs to race. This is a racing card, and not anything else, right?
Yeah.
Because you again, like what you said, like it's really hard to trigger Eerie on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
And so, like, you really need to be attacking with this. So you need to be racing. And, like, I don't love it on that metric. On that metric.
I just want to say, like, a narrow beater.
Narrow beater. Okay. Hardened Escort. So this is a 2 and a white for a 2/4 human soldier. Whenever this attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible on the turn. So it cannot pump itself, but it gets to protect something else.
From what right off the bat, like Hardened Escort seems quite good to me. It seems solid on rate. It's a way to trigger. It is a way to enable survivor creatures to attack as long as you can keep a 4 toughness creature alive, and it is also able to for instance, keep like an Arabella alive while also being a 2 power creature to trigger her.
Arabella's a good call. Yeah. Yeah, like this enables attacks. Maybe that's my vibe. Enables attacks.
I think that's also my vibe.
Okay. Like it very literally does that. I don't know how good of a rate it is. It seems solid. It just like doesn't. It does. It feels a bit fragile. Like obviously 4 toughness is not like a low amount of toughness. It's just like your opponent can just block it.
Well, like they can. But that's the idea, right? Like they can block it, but when they can block it, but you're getting in the benefit of attacking with the other thing if they just block.
Yeah, but the 2/4 isn't a good rate, right? Like even a 3/4 isn't a good rate. I guess that's okay rate. It's 3 mana. Okay, yeah. It's a good turn.
All right, Living Phone, 2 and a white for an artifact creature toy, like 2/1, a 2/1 with when it dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order.
Weird card.
Yep. I am a bit overly prone to liking cards like this.
I'm a bit overly prone to disliking death triggers.
That's extremely reasonable.
Yeah, no, like, okay, so there's a huge difference between ETB and dying on this one, because, like, so, let's say you're in your, like, red-white archetype and you're trying to go wide, right?
Yep.
And, like, you know, you generally like 2-for-1s, right? Like, you know, 3 mana, 2/1 that draws a card. That's great, right? But this only draws when it dies, so, like, this can never be wider than 1 on your board, right?
Yes. Yes, this is true. I'm actually really when I look at this, I guess my brain actually goes pretty directly to how interested white is in enabling delirium, which I'm aware it's not in white.
That's also my thought. I don't think it's that interested in delirium is the problem. Like all of the delirium cards we've seen are like Jund.
Yeah, delirium has appeared to be Jund.
Okay, my vibe for this is like no home.
Yeah.
Like
my vibe is maybe a deck.
Maybe a deck. Okay.
It's hard to think of the specific set of synergies that make this card compelling.
I'm gonna put a parentheses delirium next to yours. Trapped in the Screen as opposed to the tower. 2 and a white for an enchantment. It has ward 2 and it's just a Oblivion Ring kind of effect. Only hits artifacts, creatures, or enchantments that the opponents control. I guess more accurately, Banishing Light, in fact. So Banishing Light, I guess it doesn't hit Planeswalkers, whatever. Banishing Light that has ward 2. It's like, okay, I don't know, it's good.
I imagine this card is quite good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I forget the name of the MKM card that is basically, yeah.
Good removal.
Good removal.
The MKM.
or not MKM, the mom card with the
Seal from Existence.
Seal from Existence.
Except this costs 2 and a white instead of 1 and a white.
Yeah, like that's my read, and as I recall, Seal from Existence being quite good.
Yeah, it's good removal.
Good removal.
Oh, I wrote that down for you without.
It's okay, it's accurate. It's very accurate, I was going to say it.
Yeah, okay. Seems good.
Alright, Friendly Ghost, 3 and a white for a 2/4. Creature Spirit. Flying, when it enters, target creature gets +2/+4 until end of turn.
+2/+4 is such a weird amount of stats to give a creature.
With the exception of like specifically triggering Survivor for 1 turn, it seems like an extremely undesirable set of stats.
Is it? Okay, wait. Okay, I think this card is good.
Yeah?
I think that I think that this is a 4-mana 2-power flyer that just says like ETB, it has haste, haste enable an attack.
That's fair.
Right? And that's pretty good. I think that's just like good rate.
I'm like vaguely skeptical, but I can see the rate being good.
+2/+4 is just like, that's not a lot of toughness. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's just gonna be able to attack. And, like, +2 is enough power that like it probably like I don't know. I feel like you play this and you send your thing in and it like almost certainly can attack. Like it just gives you a 3-drop and attack, and that's pretty valuable, I think.
That's true. Like, that's true. I think that's true, actually. This seems... I'm kind of... Based on the PT... Yeah, actually, I'm guessing we're in a format with a lot of, like, toughness 1 to 2 greater than power and a lot of multi-blocking, both of which this is pretty good against, also.
Yeah. So, like, I think this card, like... I want to say, like, front-loaded prof, which specifically combat prof. I want to compare this card to Combat Professor. Obviously, it's much worse than Combat Professor, but like, it's front loaded. It enables an attack. You know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fit it into 2 words. So, is Combat Prof a single word?
I don't think so.
Okay, front loaded prof. Front loaded, and then a link to the card Combat Prof.
Yep.
That's my vibe.
I think I'm just gonna go for like relevant stats, because these stats do. I'm willing to believe these stats are broadly relevant.
If I had a nickel for every 2/4 that white has that enables attacks.
True. but also like, I feel like if white has a lot of 2/4 that enable attacks, that also changes what it means to enable an attack in a lot of ways.
That's fair. Okay. Unsettling Twins. 3 and a white for a 2/2 human. When it enters, Manifest Dread. Very simple. 4 mana for 2 2/2s. One of them has like slight upside.
I like this card.
I like this card. It's bad in multiples in the sense that like if you see a twins off of your twins, you don't get any value from putting a creature face down.
That is true.
And that's not relevant. It's
it's just no, of course not. Like, I don't know. Like
we're not playing 10 Unsettling Twins. Probably not.
Like, I just want to call this high rate because I think this is genuinely just high rate.
High rate. Always good. Like, as in, like, this kind of card, like 4 mana for 2 2/2s is just like always good. I think it has never not been good. Granted, like in previous times, it has the 2/2s have had vigilance, but like it's
I mean, sometimes they have vigilance. In MKM, the 2/2 was suspected, and this time it's a Manifest Dread. Like, I don't know, it's all various upsides.
Yeah.
Fear of Immobility. 4 and a white for a 4/4 enchantment creature Nightmare. When it enters, tap up to 1 target creature. If an opponent controls that creature, put a stun counter on it.
Okay, so the reason why that last line of text says if an opponent controls that creature is specifically so you can tap your own survival creatures. I enjoy
that it enables Survivor in 2 ways, both by making it easier to attack and by tapping them naturally if you still can't.
Yeah, but like, okay, if you can't naturally attack while tapping down one of your opponent's creatures, like, what are you doing? Are your survival triggers that important? like maybe they are, but
I mean, I'm not particularly excited by this card.
oh, I am.
Yeah?
I think 5 and a 4/4 tap and stun a thing.
I think I'm
Berg Strider. That's my vibe. Did you ever play Call Time?
No, I didn't.
Okay, this is Berg Strider, like quite literally. That would this is a Berg Strider that's also an enchantment and doesn't require you to spend blue mana. Sorry, a snow mana or blue.
Fair. Yeah, fair. I never played Call Time. I have not had that much experience with this stat line in effect.
Yeah, mostly I'm saying like the tapping your own survival creatures probably won't come up very much.
Yeah, of course.
But like adding a 4/4 to the battlefield and like taking one of your opponent's things out of commission for like a full turn cycle is really powerful.
Okay.
This enables 2 turns of attacks passing the blocker. It's really good.
Yep. I'm just gonna say enables attacks and leave it there because
Wow, many things enable attacks.
I mean, yes.
I think is this my favorite white common so far? The problem is it costs 5.
I definitely personally am more excited for both Trapped in the Screen and Unsettling Twins off the top of my head, but
I think I like this more than Trapped in the Screen.
interesting.
But it costs 5.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I think this card is really good. We'll see. Emerge from the cocoon. What I do every day. 4 and a white for a sorcery. Return target creature from your grave to the battlefield. You gain 3 life. Well, gaining 3 is better than nothing, certainly.
I mean, I do think that if we're viewing this card in a control context, the gaining 3 is actually a pretty relevant line of text for its ability to get you a thing and stabilize you. But also, one way or another, we have to contend with the fact that it's a 5-mana reanimation spell,
Yeah.
and as such is inherently narrow.
5 mana reanimation just like doesn't really make it very often. Like your graveyard also doesn't hit your opponent's stuff. I don't know.
I think that if I am in like a slower deck that wants to recur things from the graveyard and don't have better tools to do so, I am not unwilling to play this card, but when I look at it, I don't want to.
The vibe I'm going to give this is would be a first if this was good.
I just want to say wish it was better.
Wish it was better. Yeah, it was and BR are not words. Don't add us.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 5 is so much mana. I don't know.
You need a lot to go right for that card to be good, but like if it does the thing, it does a lot. Yeah. But you need so much to go right, and it's things you don't have that much control over.
Hannah, you say not enough. How about not good enough? Link to all my Bioshifter enjoyers out there, of which there are not very many, probably. But anyways.
Seized from Slumber. 4 and a white instant. The spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target creature.
I should put this with the 2 mana cards. Well, I do like that this can like. Okay, so I think one way that maybe like makes this look better as a card is imagining this as like 1 white instant destroy target tapped creature kicker cleave for 3 to also hit untapped creatures, which like makes it look decent. I think this card's good.
I mean, it is I think it's a split card. It's functionally a split card between like 2 different 2 different kill spells, each of which are good when the other is bad, which makes me like it.
Yeah, so specifically, the fail case of the destroyed... So the thing about... some fail cases of the, like, destroy target tapped creature removal spell that we often get. First of all, it's not good in aggressive decks, right? Because you, like, cannot kill blockers. You cannot push through blockers. This doesn't solve that, right? This really doesn't solve that. Like,
yes.
you still don't want to spend 5 mana to kill a blocker. So, still not good in aggressive decks. However, I think this solves the problem of, like, sometimes in your control deck you want to kill a bomb that hasn't attacked, or, like, you know, a creature with vigilance.
Yes, I agree strongly.
And, like, in your more controlling deck, like, you can pay 5 mana. So I really like this as this kind of...
Oh yeah, like, I think that both 2 mana destroy target tap creature and 5 mana destroy target creature are cards that are, like, sometimes exactly what you need, and sometimes but also have substantial fail cases, but they cover each other's fail cases.
Yeah. I don't know what to call this.
I want to say surprisingly flexible.
That's a good one. Surprisingly flexible. I want to say that my vibe for this card is premium control. I think this is, like, just premium control.
I agree.
Like, okay, maybe this is a hot take. I might like this card more than the O-Ring. Okay, that's a hot take. That's a really... I legitimately think that there are some decks that will want this more than... Oh, well, okay. It's weirder because the controlling white decks are probably Eerie decks. So, never
Yes,
mind.
like, it's a combination of Eerie, and also, like, this set has a lot of graveyard synergy, and the O-Ring exiles, and it hits non-creature permanents. I think there are a lot of little things that make the O-Ring better, but, like, I also think this is just a good removal spell.
Yeah, that's very fair. Anyways, our final white card, Shepherding Spirits. All of the colors have a expensive land cycler. So this one is 4 white for a 4/5 spirit. It has plane cycling for 2, so you can cycle it for planes. I don't think there are any non-basic planes in the set, so it's just basic planes. It has flying. 6 mana, 4/5 flyer. Not amazing rate. Plane cycling is nice. Last time we saw these in LCI, I think they were, like, okay, but, like, not always amazing. Some of them were better than others. I think this looks like lower rate.
I mean,
kind of doesn't do that anything too special, right?
I like this card if you put it in your deck assuming that you're going to plane cycle it the vast majority of the time.
2 so much mana is the problem. Like,
you're not wrong.
So in LCI the white one was this, except it had 1 fewer power, so it was a 3/5, I believe. And it gains you, like, 2 or 3 life on UTB. And that's a lot better, because, like, that, like, actually stabilizes you a lot more, I think.
Yeah, but, like, I don't know, 4 power flyers do win games.
Yeah, but it's so efficient and it's so inefficient on both sides. I don't know. My vibe for this is mediocre land cycler. Specifically specifying that it is a land cycler. Land cycling is a powerful ability. I just think that, like, okay, this is the kind of card that I don't want to put in my best decks, because, like, my best decks will have better cards to, like, to enable this kind of thing. Right? The kind of thing of, like, never, like always having your cards be useful. Right?
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. Your vibe?
Exists to be cycled.
Exists to be cycled. Oh, I guess this is a reanimations.
That was crossing my mind. Like,
yeah, okay.
I do not think that cycling this and reanimating it is real. I actually think it's weirdly awkward that we have to reanimate this with the Orzhov reanimation spell, because the front side is black.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This card's, like, okay, I guess. Anyways, that's white. We can calculate our average grades. Our average grades is, well, what's your average vibe on white?
My average vibe on white. My average vibe on white is toughness attacks, honestly.
That's a good one. Toughness attacks. My average vibe on white is like on white common specifically. Nothing special. Might be a bit harsh. White doesn't stand out to me.
I agree that there's nothing that stands out, but a lot of the things that are but I also think that a lot of the things that have a tendency to be good exist here at good rate.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna say good, not special.
That's probably closer to how I feel. I do think the most interesting thing about white is the degree to which, like, white cards really want to be attacking and all also seem to have higher toughness than power.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't think we have like any like any of the cards that like any high alerts or anything. But
No.
yeah, I don't know. Okay, blue comments.
Enter the Enigma. Blue, sorcery. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Draw a card.
So what are the blue archetypes? So white blue is eerie.
Yeah.
Blue black is also eerie. Blue red is rooms, and blue green is manifest.
Yes.
Yeah. What does this do?
I mean, my instinct does not have a home.
Yeah. I think this card is like okay sometimes. Like I think.
Yeah.
I think it's like fine to play this card like in an aggressive like this is an aggressive deck without a home.
Yeah.
No, sorry, aggressive card without a home.
Yes.
Mid through space. Also hi Nor.
I just want to say no home.
No home. Oh. I'm gonna say aggressive blue question mark to express my skepticism. Yeah. Okay. Oh hey, it's the best card in the set.
True.
Unable to scream. A blue for an enchantment aura enchanted creature. It loses all abilities and is a toy artifact creature with base power and toughness 0-2 in addition to its other types mood. Thank you, Nor. As long as enchanted creature is face down, it can't be turned face up. Okay. I think this card is good.
Oh, I like this card a lot.
I swear I'm not biased.
I'm like pretty sure this is the best version of these auras we've seen so far.
Yeah, because so like okay, the usual version of this is 2 mana. It becomes a 1/1 with no abilities, right?
Yes.
But we saw a static field or whatever, static prison, maybe something like that in March of the Machine. That was 0-2 defender. Lose all abilities, and that one was actually like decent as like interaction if you weren't an aggressive deck, because like the main fail case of these like auras that like make things lose abilities and make them small is like they're still on the battlefield, they can still attack and block, right?
Yes.
Like a 1/1, obviously a 1/1 attacking isn't that good, but like it still is something, and therefore like it still is something that
I mean, making something
gives your opponent an advantage.
Yeah, making something a 1/1 is definitely weirdly punishing in control in a way making something an 0-2 isn't, at least.
Yeah. The thing with this is A, it's 1 mana, which is huge. 1 is so much less than 2.
Oh yeah.
And B, if you're in a more controlling shell, like you don't care if they have an 0-2 defender, right? It also the defender means that like oh wait, no, this doesn't have defender. Never mind.
No.
Okay, that makes it worse. I thought this gave it defender because static field gave the thing defender, and that was important because like then counters and other things couldn't like
Yeah.
be used on it.
Like, I agree that makes it worse, but I'm also not... I'm not sure we've actually... So, like... I'm not... It'll be interesting how much there actually is. Like, it feels notable that white, for instance, is kind of lacking, I think, in ways to, like, put more, like, boost its power in a long-term way. Hey, and I would usually expect that a bit more.
There's
from
the
white.
room, the grand entryway of elegant rotunda.
Of course, but, like, I think if you're elegant rotundaing to make this a 1-3...
Yeah.
Like, I think, like, it's probably a bit worse against Boros because it is still... Because if they have, like, power 2 or less effects...
Give them more dolls to play with, yeah.
Yeah, you give them... Exactly, give them more dolls to play with. I still think it's just very good, though, like...
Blue swords is my vibe. Which is, hyperbole, but I think this card's really good.
Yep. I want to say best of its kind.
Best of its kind. Okay. Oh, I need to flip this. Whoops. There we go.
All right. Underwater tunnel / slimy aquarium. We have a room. Underwater tunnel costs 1 blue. When you unlock this door, surveil 2. And slimy aquarium is 3 into blue. When you unlock this door, manifest dread, then put a 1/1 counter on that creature.
Yes. You usually expect rooms to be like a bit more like both of these are one-shot effects, and like neither of them is like worth that much of a card. I don't know. So this is reason to believe at home. But so overall, this is like if you just play it and if you unlock it fully on the same turn, it's 3 blue for a 3/3 surveil 2.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't like that.
I am unexcited by this on rate. I am unexcited by this on rate. Weirdly enough, I think this is actually the kind of card I would want to play with, like, the gold uncommon that sacrifices rooms. If
Yeah.
Like,
definitely.
This is a card that makes me think that deck might be a bit more alive, but...
Yeah, like the blue-red, like, sack your rooms thing. This is also good with just, like, I think this card is, like, not embarrassing. So, okay, let me give a comparison for this card. Witching Well. In original Eldraine, there was the common Witching Well, which is a 1-mana, so blue for an artifact, ETB scry 2, 3 in a blue, sack it, draw 2 cards, right? And, like, if you think about it, this is, like, the same rate. Right? This is blue for like scry 2, but it's surveil 2, which is better. And then it's 3 in a blue for like something that's worth 3 mana. In this case, a 3/3 versus a divination. Right? Obviously, like Witching Well had other synergies, but had other like reasons to like it. But like this also has other reasons to like it, right? It triggers Eerie, it like counts for room stuff. And like I honestly think that like the rate looks kind of bad, but I think like you can just play it. Like playing this as a 4-mana 3/3 isn't going to be that embarrassing, and the fact that you get to play it early as a surveil 2, like on turn 1 to set up your next turns, actually matters a lot.
No, I think you're right. You're actually selling me on this card quite a bit. I still think I don't really want to play it without like meanmeaningful synergies.
Yeah, do you need synergies, I think?
Yes. Like I don't want to play it just for its like rate, like just for its own effect. But you're selling me that this value is like relevant.
I'm just gonna give this a vibe I already gave, which is Eerie Glue, but like much better than the white one.
Yes,
I think.
Oh, I definitely like it a lot more. Like I think if you have
maybe Great Glue.
Yeah, because I think if you have a pile of Eerie things, I still kind of like getting the double Eerie trigger off of Grand Entry way more.
Well, this is a doubles. Oh, you mean off of the like first half?
Yeah, like because I'm still fairly convinced that.
But this is 1 mana versus 2. Like,
That's
the rate
true.
is also just better. I don't know. I think that also like blue is also in the room synergy and also surveil too for like delirium synergy. I think this card is like good.
I want to say compelling with synergy.
Compelling with synergy. Okay, next up, Creeping Peeper. 1 in the blue for a 2/1 I. Me. Tap, add blue. Only spend it for casting enchantment spells, unlocking doors, or turning permanent space up. So only spend it for mechanics. No boring creatures here. I mean,
Yep.
I think this is a powerful effect.
I don't hate it. I'm pretty happy. Also, we should fix that.
Oh, yes. I am very bad at this. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I think that this card is, like, just solid.
Yeah. I want to give it mechanics good.
Mechanics good. My vibe wants to communicate that like rooms are mana hungry, and this is like okay, a 2/1 is good. I mean, I would say 2/1. Like we've seen that like we've seen like versions of this that are like a 1/3 that taps for mana.
Yes.
Not as many versions that are 2/1 that taps for mana. I think a 2/1 is a lot better than a 1/3 that taps for mana. Because like yeah, it's 1/3 can block and that might be good, but like trading I think is more important once you like once you run out of usefulness for the mana. And like I don't know, I just think the mana ability is useful. So
I agree.
I like it.
Yeah. By the way, Noor, I think I agree that the set has a lot of cards that are reminiscent of Mom and their abilities, but I think that the way stat lines line up in this set are very different in a way that will make them play out pretty differently.
Was there a 1/3 mana torque? Or, sorry, was there a 2 mana mana torque in? I don't think so. 2/1 and 0/4 much better than 1/3. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Omen Hawker? No, Omen Hawker was an uncommon. That doesn't count.
Yeah, I definitely disagree that this is Omen Hawker.
Omen Hawker was once 1 mana and also made 2 mana. Like that is very different cards. Anyways,
Piranha Fly, 1 into blue for a 2.
no, they don't.
I mean,
No, they don't. I'm answering your question.
2 mana for a 2/1 creature fish insect with flying that enters tapped.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't either. Mediocre rate.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it an aggressive blue question mark. Same as the slip through space. Also, welcome on in Raiders from Jarvis. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? We are in the middle of our set review. We are currently on blue commons. We're aiming to do all of the commons and uncommons today, which might be a bit unhinged, but with probably a break in between. But we still have a lot to go, so just gonna continue. Why was the last one being praised, but this one being slammed for being a 2/1? Because the last one like did something, and this one doesn't do anything. I don't think like it doesn't feel like blue utilizes a 2 mana 2/1 flying.
Also, wait, wasn't Vaporkin 3 mana with an ETB effect?
Vaporkin. No.
No.
Oh, that's the one that can only block creatures with flying. I don't know. Entering tapped is kind of terrible as a line, but yeah. Anyways, seems like it goes faster than if we were rating numerically. I don't actually know. I feel like we've talked a lot, but Stalked Researcher. 1 in the blue for a 3/3 human wizard with Defender, and it has Eerie. It can attack. We often see these 2 mana 3/3s that can with Defender that can attack under some condition. They're never that good, but like they can be okay defensive speed.
I kind of like this. is because again, like at least the shape bodies are taking in this set makes it seem to me like is kind of convincing to me that 3/3 is a relevant defensive stat line.
Yeah, it's also especially like I think like blocking and threatening to trade is especially nice against survival, right?
Yes.
I think that feels important. LC, I don't remember. Oh yeah, the LCI had the pirate thing, and there was also MKM had the 3/2 vigilance that attacked if you like drew a second card, and that one was actually decent. Mostly because like you just wanted a 2-drop. But like it feels like there are pressures to want a 2-drop sometimes. So like I think this card is like okay. I'm gonna say okay defense.
I'm gonna say I don't know, like I'm trying to figure out a 2-way to say control decks might need it. Like control tool.
Yeah, control tool. Okay. You're up.
Don't make a sound. One into blue for an instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. If they do, surveil 2.
So you either counter their spell and don't get value. Like either it's quench, like you've countered their spell successfully, or they pay 2 and you get to surveil 2. I don't like that on the quench. I don't know.
I think it is closer to being quench than to not being quench.
Yeah, I agree. Like this is, I think this is just quench, and like the upside is not really that much upside, right? Like,
yeah, I think I was about to say I think I'm also just quench for vibes.
Yeah, the vibe is just quench. I don't think it's good. Notably, this cannot counter unlocking rooms. I do not like this card.
There are worlds where I'm willing to play a quench. They are not most worlds.
I feel like worlds where I want to play a quench is like if people are like consistently spending mana up the curve, and like I suspect that the decks that consistently spend mana up the curve in this set are going to be unlocking rooms.
That is fair.
So, I'm skeptical. Erratic Apparition, 2 and a blue for a 1/3 spirit with flying and vigilance. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So, we've seen this kind of world where what? No, that's not what I said. Anyways, we often see these kind of like 1-power vigilant like blue creatures that like can't under some circumstance get more power and therefore like attack better, but like usually don't have this happen on your opponent's turn. I don't think they're ever very good. This one has flying, which is better, but like I don't know if I want to block with a 3-mana 1/3 flyer. You know?
I'm trying to figure out how much I want to block with a 3-mana 1/3 flyer. Like, I actually don't hate the concept of 3 toughness blockers right now, from what we're seeing.
The problem is the 1 power. Like,
yeah.
Like, I feel like 1 power blocker is just like, your opponent's going to get so much survival value off of that.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, that is true.
Maybe I'm overestimating the importance of survival, but it feels like if I want to block, I want to like threaten to like kill their creature.
Oh, I agree. Like I don't want to play this to be a blocker exactly, except that like I think that I am comfortable treating this as a way to like passively swing. I don't hate this card intuitively as a way to passively swing a race while like unlocking rooms for value.
Yeah, but you've spent a full card and 3 mana on this. Like, if you're unlocking rooms for value, like, yeah, the problem is I don't think you're going to be racing at the same time, right? Like, if you're trying to like do value stuff, it's going to be somewhat hard to race at the same time. Right? And like if sending the only horse in a race is really bad, you know?
I mean, yes.
Yeah, I my vibe is bad versus survival.
I'm gonna say awkward blocker.
Awkward blocker. Sorry.
Tunnel Surveyor, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 creature, human detective. When it enters, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token.
Always good.
Yep.
Like I don't think I've ever seen a 3-mana 2/2 plus a 1/1 be bad.
I mean,
this isn't the best version of this we've ever seen, certainly.
Oh god, no! But I think it's a pretty good one. Like, I just want to say good with upside.
Good with upside. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna make it clear that this is good, comma with upside.
Yes.
I like that. Twist reality. 1 blue instant. Choose one, counter target spell, or manifest dread. How good of a cancel is this? Like, it sure is a cancel. I don't like cancels in the room world.
I like cancels a lot more than quenches in a room world.
I mean, yeah, but like
Like, I do think cancels mean that there are, because on the one hand, obviously rooms make counter magic worse because they're.
Oh, okay. Let me put it this way.
Yep.
This is so. Cancel is good versus like you want to play cancel sometimes against long big decks that are going long. Right?
Yes.
Decks that are going long in this format, I suspect there will be 2 main ways of going long in this format: Eerie and Room stuff.
Yep.
And Manifesting Dread.
Yes.
Notably, both of those have inbuilt special actions that do not use the stack.
I agree that this is a thing and an issue. I agree that this is a thing and an issue. I also, however, think that necessarily less the Manifesting Dread, but room-oriented decks, I do think, just have slightly more bombs in ways that make me still not hate cancels against them. Like, slightly more high-impact cards in a way that make me not hate cancels. Again, I think this card is... Yeah.
I'm not convinced.
I mean, I'm going to say niche at best, but...
Okay, I'm going to say special actions brownie face.
Yeah. By the way, Herbivore, when you were asking what was the upside beyond it being good, I was thinking mostly like it is relevant to me that glimmers are enchantments.
Yeah, it makes an enchantment token.
It makes an enchantment, so it is actually also a synergy piece, even though that's not the primary.
Glimmer is actually a downside because there's a card in the set that says this card can't be blocked by glimmers.
True.
Anyway, speaking of things that you would like to cancel but can't. You're up.
All right. We have a room, Meat Locker. When you unlock this door, tap up to 1 target creature and put 2 stun counters on it. And Drowned Diner, 3 white, 3 blue. When you unlock this door, draw 3 cards, then discard a card.
They love giving us 5-mana draw 3s in recent sets. And my vibe for this is the CFT special.
This card looks real slow to me.
You think this card looks real slow?
Does it not to you?
I think this card looks really good. Like,
I mean, I don't interpret slow as inherently bad.
Okay. Do you know the card Freeze in Place?
I definitely have played with that.
Freeze in Place. I agree. Yeah. You can cancel it when they cast it, but like if they had cast that 3-mana version first and it's just sitting on the battlefield, you're out of luck. But Freeze in Place was a card in Wilds of Eldraine that was tap target creature and the opponent controls and put 3 stun counters on it for 2 mana, and you also get a scry 2. So that was a card that like was like generally not great, but I think had its places. And I was like a big advocate for like sometimes you like want to play this card because sometimes you just want the defensive value. Obviously, like the point is like that card was situational, right? Like you didn't always want it, but like when you did want it, it's because you're a control, like in your control deck, you want just some more defensive speed, and you just want to spend a card in order to like slow your opponent down, right? And Meat Locker, obviously, 3 mana is much more than 2 mana. And it does lock the thing down for 1 fewer turn. But it has a similar kind of effect, right? Like this is a kind of effect that like situationally, it can buy you a lot of time, give you like a bit to set up. Notably, it is awkward against survival creatures.
Yeah.
Put them in the meat locker so they can keep surviving for a few turns. but outside of that, like it can legitimately be like a powerful effect to have access to, and then like it comes with your control draw free.
So I want to give this card the 2-word vibe of needs a reason, which is where I'm at. I am very skeptical of just throwing something like this in a deck. I think that Meat Walker is not that good at slowing opponents down. Like being sorcery speed and only being 2 turns are both remarkably rough for that. Utility, but like it is a good. But like if you are in a deck that is that has like other better tools to survive, it is another relevant tool to survive on a card that is going to be good in that deck. Is where I'm at.
I don't know. I think that like draw 3. So this is a draw 3, right? Like it's draw 3, discard 1, but like you also draw the meat locker when you cast this, and like often like draw 3, discard 1, obviously worse than draw 3, but like still can be similar. So like I don't know, draw 3s are always powerful, and you leverage them by playing like cheap interaction, and this gives you just another way to like stabilize right after playing it and let the diner, like the fact that you got to play a draw 3 like take over the game. And I think that like especially with room synergies, especially with eerie synergies, this is going to be good. This is going to be very good, I think.
I mean, I agree that works strategically. I just think that this leans more on the power of the cheap interaction than that in itself.
Yeah, no, like any draw 3, you need to have cheap interaction to leverage it. If the other half was a 2-mana red spell that dealt damage, then that would be a rare. That's in the set.
Of course. Yeah,
but like it still is. I think this is significant upside on our 5-mana draw 3. I think this is like one of the best 5-mana draw 3s we've seen. Like this is worse than the one from MH 3, but like yeah, that's the card from MH 3.
Sure. I think it is. I am not entirely convinced it is one of the best 5-mana draw 3s we've seen, but I believe it is a good 5-mana draw 3. I guess is where I'm at. Like I think it is not. I think I need the rest of my deck to. What I'm saying is just that I think I need the rest of my deck to convince me to play a 5-mana draw 3 before I'm going to play that, rather than this feeling like this is going to be good enough to convince me to build a deck for a 5-mana draw 3.
Okay. Well, I guess I then just disagree with you on that front.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we gave her vibes. I gave the vibes CFT special, and Talia gave the vibes needs a reason. So let's move on to the next one, which is a crab. So this is, this is not the crab. Never mind. The art looks the same. Clammy Prowler. I guess it's clam. 3 and a blue for a 2/5 horror. When it attacks, another targeted attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. If I had a nickel for every 2-power creature that enabled attacks. I don't love it. This is like the turtle from Original Aldrain.
Yeah, this has big 4-mana 2/5 vibes to me. I mean, I don't even want to say aggressive.
Yeah,
I want to call this a Wishcoin crab.
You're gonna say Wishcoin crab?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm giving this aggressive blue. I'm gonna put a triple question mark on the aggressive this time as well. So aggressive question mark blue question mark on this card for me.
Okay, but hear me out. It also supports your aggressive blue by making your stalked researcher able to attack the turn you play it.
What the fuck is a stalked? Oh, your 2-mana 3/3?
Yes.
No. I don't know. This card just doesn't read very well to me.
I think that I think that we are already seeing much better defensive tools than a Wish Coin Crab in this set, and I don't think this has meaningful upside over a Wish Coin Crab.
Yep.
Glimmer Burst. 3 and a blue instant. Draw 2 cards, create a 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token.
Half a Mole Drifter.
True.
Like average a Mole Drifter.
I mean, I like this a lot. It's notable, I think, that it is the first thing, like, it is one of the first things we've seen that enables in blue that is going to enable Eerie on your opponent's turn, which is pretty desirable. On top of it, again, being, like part of a Mole Drifter.
Yeah. I do think the difference between 1/1 and like 2/2 flyer is like huge on this. This card is nowhere near as good as Mole Drifter, I think. Like, it is appealing, but like the 1/1, like a 1/1 ground creature is like just not quite a card in the same way that Mole Drifter is, right? Like Mole Drifter is legitimately a draw 3. Mole Drifter is like a 3-mana draw 3. Because you play it for 5 and you get like the 2/2 flying body is like worth 2 mana. This is like this is like a 4 mana like draw 2 and like a third of a card.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. Like, I think the question when putting in this card in your deck is how can you make the 1/1 relevant more than anything else? But I think there are a lot of ways to do it.
Yeah. I think this card will be overrated is my take.
That's fair. I want to say potential relevance.
Potential relevance. I'm going to start out like liking this card, but like I feel like it does have its flaws. Like draw 2 is very different from draw 3.
Oh, I agree. I definitely agree with that. I think there is not a lot of like clunkiness and a lot of ways it can fall short, but there are also a lot of things it can do is where I land.
Mm-hmm. Vanish from sight. 3 and a blue for an instant. Target non-land permanent owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Surveil 1. Okay, well, I mean, we often see these like 4 mana, like put the thing top or bottom. Like sometimes it forces one place, sometimes it gives opponent a choice. But this, you also get a Surveil 1, and it can target anything. Not lands, obviously, but I like this. These are like generally nice. It like somewhat can like combo with the previous card and like threat of activation. You know, like holding up mana, kind of forking, but not that severe.
I mean, I'm a fan of this. I think that it does a thing that is desirable.
Yep.
Like
the Surveil 1 is nice. It gives you like a bit of advantage. That like makes the like, you know, both players are like spending a turn. Kind of nice.
Yep.
I like it.
Yep. I kind of just want to be like fine interaction.
Fine interaction. I want to call this it's like a version of this it's like a pretty good version of this. How do I say that in 2 words? Good version. I don't know.
Daggermaw Megalodon on 4 blue for a 5/7 with vigilance and island cycling 2. Creature shark.
It is a shark.
It is a shark. It is big.
I'm gonna give it another mediocre land cycler. I think it's like worse than the vigilance. Good. I don't know. It's a mediocre land cycler. 7 might be a large amount of toughness.
I mean, I'm gonna call it like maybe useful because that's how I feel about 5/7 with vigilance, and I think that it being a land cycler makes it somewhat more playable.
Okay, but consider.
Yeah. True.
Sure. Very important. Yeah, maybe useful. Did we take a break? We took a break after the gold uncommons, right?
Yes, and the lands.
Okay, so I think this would be a good time. Okay, first let's give our blue average vibe.
So, I think where I land with blue is that it feels like the color has some degree of identity issue too. Like, I'm concerned about identity issues in blue a bit. Like,
So you're gonna say identity issues?
yeah, I kind of want to say that. Like, I feel like we're seeing a lot of blue cards that want to. We're seeing a lot of blue cards that play in the same space but want to do different things with it.
Okay, let me look down. So the blue cards that I like are like unable to scream. I like the enchantment stuff, like the room stuff, like unable to scream, underwater time. Like both of the rooms I like. I like the cheap removal. I like the like two mana 3/3 is okay. I like the mana dork, but then but like I don't really like any of the like the random creatures really. I'm gonna say rooms or bust. I think blue, like, I like the blue rooms and the like room adjacent stuff. I don't like the other stuff.
I definitely think that, yeah, like I definitely think blue is like living on just giving you generically good things with rooms. I just don't think there's a lot of direction to them.
That is very fair. Okay, well, shall we take a short break?
Yeah.
I'm going to put back the BRB. I'm going to mute and turn off our cam. I'm going to run an ad, and we will be back in a few minutes with black, red, and green. We can probably run through all three of those without.
I think we can.
Yeah, and then I think we should take an extended break after that.
I agree.
Like, for food and such.
I agree.
Yeah. I guess I can't run an ad, but BRB. Bye.
Mute. I think that's everything. Okay, we're back. I won't let you. I think I run an ad too recently or something. Let's see. So we're on to black commons, and our first black common is Fear of Lost Teeth. Black for a 1/1. When it dies, it deals 1 damage to any target, and you gain 1 life. How good are X ones? Are there any good X ones? Have we seen any X ones? Like, have we just seen any?
I don't think what's it called? The blue mana dork was an X1.
Okay, the blue mana dork was an X one.
I'm pretty sure we're pretty low on relevant X1s.
Wait, what do you mean still BRB stream? I don't know what part of my stream says BRB now. Okay.
Okay, you can see and hear us?
Yeah, it looks like we're invisible, so I think we're fine.
Cool.
Anyways, I mean, this trades for an X2.
How many X2s have we seen?
There's the 2/2 that becomes a flyer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I assume this card is like okay.
I don't like. It looks like this is likely to line up to the format pretty badly, but like it's theoretically good sack fodder and also like does things.
Yeah, I don't know. It gains I do like that it gains a life. It's just like nice marginal value.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna give it the vibe of sack fodder. That's like seems like I find it hard to believe that I want to put this card in my deck. No, I could want to put this card in my deck without sack fodder, but like depends on what the format is about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, okay. Nora says it feels like Shambling Gas here, but I feel like Shambling Gas does like quite a bit more.
Yes. I also feel like Shambling Ghast is easier. The concern about this one is that it requires is that for it to be valuable, your opponent has to be playing an X1 or an X2 in what is looking like a format without a lot of X1s and X2s running around.
Yeah, granted, there might be more uncommon or something, but like also, the thing is like, Shambling Gas has the buyout of giving you a treasure. Like when you sacrifice it, it always at least gives you a treasure, right? Like, well, if you have nothing else to do, it at least gives you a treasure. This doesn't, right? Like this like drains them for 1, which is okay, but like, if you just sack this and your opponent doesn't have an X1, it seems a bit hard to like it's okay. It's just not amazing.
I want to give this the grade of possible value.
Possible value. Maybe we'll see a lot of X1s and then we can adjust.
Yeah.
Speaking of sacking things, though.
Final Vengeance. Black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment. Exile target creature.
Yeah, I mean, Bone Shards is not often very good.
I agree, but I also do feel like the ability to sacrifice an enchantment is pretty substantial upside here.
Bone Splinters. Bone Shards is very different, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sacking an enchantment is substantial upside. Like, I think you need to be able to sack enchantments.
Yeah, I want to give it the grade sack enchantments.
Yep, that was my vibe too. Sack enchantments. I'm gonna say needs enchantments. The exile is nice, but like not having a different kind of buyout clause for the cost is kind of rough. Balemerk Leech. 1 in the black for a 2/2 leech. It has Eerie. Each opponent loses life. It's a grizzly bear.
I agree that it is a grizzly bear.
I'm gonna give it the vibe of grizzly bear.
I'm gonna give it the vibe of not much.
Not much.
I don't know, that's just the vibe I get. This just feels like very little to me.
Yeah, like I think I would like it more in a different color, maybe, but I would like it more if it gained life.
Oh, I would love it if it. I don't know if love it, but I would be very interested if it.
Closer to the bear with afflict 1 than the normal bear. Like it'll get in 1 extra point of damage at some point. I guess. Sure.
I mean, wasn't. Yeah.
I don't know what I never played in that set, so.
Innocuous rat. 1 and a blue for one and a black for a 1/1, and creature rat. When it dies, manifest dread. I like innocuous rat. I think.
Yeah. This is like doomed whatever traveler.
Yep.
No, Doom Traveler is the one that makes a spirit.
No, it's Doom Dissenter. Doom Dissenter.
It is Doom Dissenter, but like I think Manifest is a lot better than a 2/2.
Oh yeah.
Like, so I don't know what Sultai Emissary is. Oh, when it dies, Manifest. Okay, I assume Sultai Emissary was good. This seems good. Like I don't know. I feel like Manifesting Dread is just good.
Yeah.
What are we giving this? Like, I'm gonna give it solid 2-drop. I think you just get to play this.
Yeah, I am going to give it. I'm going to give it gets value because I think this does actually get value.
Feels Delirium.
Feels Delirium. Yeah.
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 Given to Violence, 1 black for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and lifelink until end of turn. I mean, like, it's an okay trick.
It's a trick that I could imagine putting in a deck and not absolutely despising, but it's not one I want.
Yeah. I don't know what Butcher's Glee is.
Oh, I think this is so much worse than Butcher's Glee.
Oh, and regenerated? Okay, yeah, no, this is not Butcher's Glee. Yeah, it's also not Scales of Shale. That one gave Indestructible, right? Or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this one is like I don't know.
Butcher's Despair?
Okay, I'll put that down for you. Butcher's Despair is a good one. I'm gonna say like mediocre trick.
Winter's Intervention. 1 into black for an instant. Winter's Intervention deals 2 damage to target creature. You gain 2 life.
I mean, castable Soren's Thirst. Savor with fewer steps. -2/-2 is much better than 2 damage, notably.
Yes.
Soren's Thirst is black for this exact effect from War of the Spark, I believe. Yeah, I don't know. This is not Savor. I'm gonna say this is not Savor.
I'm gonna say castable but unexciting.
Castable but unexciting. I think it's like okay. I think that I'm gonna cheat. Okay, comma, exclamation mark Savor, as in not Savor, as in, you know. Maybe because people who are gonna read this who are not programmers, I'm gonna put a parentheses not instead. Okay, Resurrected Cultist. 2 in the black for a 4/1 human cleric. It has Delirium. If you have Delirium going on, you can pay 2 black to return it from your graveyard to the battlefield with the finality counter, only as a sorcery. So 3 mana 4/1 that like comes like trades off and comes back. I like this.
I don't know, Embalm is a banger mechanic.
Should I put Embalm as a banger for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Please do.
Embalm is a banger. And notably, it's still a 401. It's not a 4-4.
Yes.
Or I guess
Well,
that's Eternal
internalized.
Size. That's Eternalized. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is like... Oh, thank you, Nur, for the not equals. So I can clean this up. There you go. It's like... Two for one. It's just what I'm going to put.
Yep.
It's a 2-for-1. It blocks.
I suspect I will be able to trade. I will suspect I will be able to play this, trade it off, and then play it again and trade it off again a decent amount of the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Awkward against teeth.
True.
Do not count as words. Anyways, you're up.
Appendage Amalgam.
Ooh.
2 and a black for a 3/2 enchantment creature horror with flash, and whenever it attacks, surveil 1.
Those sure are words on it. I don't know. This.
Like,
Yeah, Whisper Agent. This is Whisper Agent, I guess, but I don't like it.
I kind of like this.
I think the world has outgrown Whisper Agent. I don't know.
I want to, I just want to say the words does things because I don't think this card is likely. I think this card is likely to have text. Like, my feeling of this card is, or how relevant the text, how much text it's likely to have is a question for the game, but I think it will have text.
Now you're tempting me to put my vibe as has text. And yes, black gets flashcards. See, Slither Wisp. I don't know. I think this card is like core set. Derogatory. Like, I don't know. I don't think this card does that much. It has text, but like it's a core set card, kind of. Cracked Skull. 2 in the black for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. When it enters Thoughtseize, look at target player's hand, you may choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. And whenever enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. So we've seen we've seen 3 mana Thoughtseize with upside before. I think like Gix's Caress was a really good one. It made a Power Stone in addition to being a Thoughtseize. Toll of the Invasion was a really good one. It made a 1/1. I don't know how good this is. Like, I think the problem with this card is like, okay, ideally you want to put it on your opponent's creature, not yours. Though you can put it on yours creature if your opponent doesn't have a creature, so like, you get the upside. But like, you want to play a 3-mana Thoughtseize on like turn 3. Like, you want to play it on curve, right? The reason why Gix's Caress and why Toll of the Invasion were so good is because they were good on curve. Like, a Power Stone was really good on curve, and the 1/1 amass from Toll of the Invasion was actually quite good on curve because it protects Planeswalkers. But this isn't that good on curve, right? Like, on curve, the value you're getting from this enchantment being on your opponent's creature is like pretty minimal, right?
I think so. Like, my instinct is that if you're able to meaningfully make use of both halves of this card, it does have text, but both halves have fail case. But like, both halves have fail case, and fail case you can't really like build away from.
This reminds me of like, so what was there was like, oh yeah the white removal spell, that we were like, oh, but this card has fail cases, but like each half of the card covers the fail cases of the other half. This card has fail cases, and that like it's probably always going to do something, but that something is always like not good enough.
Yes.
Right? Like you want, like, this card is only good if both halves are doing well. Whereas like the white removal spell is like good as long as one half is doing well, right?
Yep.
It's good with the teeth. Yeah, you crack your skull and you lose some teeth and you die.
So is the vibe not good enough?
That's 3 words.
It is 3 words. So.
I don't know.
I'm
gonna say no upside is my
Is my vibe.
I am going to say maybe sideboard because like my biggest takeaway is that this card actually it cares so much about what your opponent is doing and what they care about.
Yeah.
Is my biggest issue.
So one merit to this card is you can sack it. Like it's a Thoughtseize that you can sacrifice. I'm kind of skeptical of that though. Like it has to stick on the battlefield, so it has to be on the creature, right? Like, and that, like, are you really going to, like, 3-mana Thoughtseize and then, like, not interact in combat with whatever creature this was put on? You know?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that if you do that, I mean, again, the reason I want to say maybe sideboard is, like, I actually do think there are decks where you would do that. I think that against a lot of the slower decks where Thoughtseizes are uniquely good, that's actually a fine play pattern. It's really bad a lot of the time.
Yeah. Weird card, for sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's switch over to the rotated.
All right. Derelict Attic / Widow's Walk. Our next room. So Derelict Attic is 2 into black. When you unlock this door, you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. And Widow's Walk is 3 into black. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn.
This is a 3-mana draw 2, lose 2.
I agree that this is a 3-mana draw 2, lose 2.
That 3-mana draw 2, lose 2, that also, like, pinged your opponent for 1 at some point? I don't know, like, enables an attack, kind of, like...
I really feel like the 2 halves of this room want you to be thinking about your deck in different ways.
Well, they can both be attrition.
That's fair.
They're both kind of attrition. Oh, you know what Widow's Walk is good with?
What?
Fear of Lost Teeth. You attack with your Fear of Lost Teeth.
True.
They don't block it because, of course, they're not going to block it, but then you sacrifice it. Yeah, pings something and kills it.
You know, that is true, actually. Like, I think I maintain a degree of skepticism for that, but it is a thing. It is a thing, and it's a upside on, like, draw 2, lose 2 for 3 mana. It's just, like...
I think mostly what this is this is a draw 2, lose 2 for 3 mana that leaves behind a thing you can sack.
I agree. Yeah, I do agree with that I'm
going to give this the vibe of sack teeth.
I'm going to... Yeah.
I think this is, like, okay.
I maintain a degree of skepticism for 3-mana draw 2, lose 2, but I recognize that it's not a terrible line of text.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give it like I don't know, usable with work.
Usable with work. Murder! It's murder. It's cropped poorly. It is no longer cropped poorly. It's murder.
It is murder.
I enjoy murder. Well, not really. It's not that good of a card. Well, I mean, it's okay, certainly.
I don't know. I feel like my vibe on murder is destroy creature.
Okay. My vibe on murder is my vibe on murder is only creatures. Doesn't hit enchantments.
Yes.
My vibe is like yeah, killing a creature is good and all, but it kind of feels like things are like. It kind of feels like a lot of the value engines that you would want. Like murder is not that good against an aggressive deck, and like against a slower deck, it kind of feels like murder doesn't do enough.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like we've seen like a lot of like singular threats.
I mean, that is true. Like, I am skeptical of the premise that murder is like meaningfully worse than the white split card removal spell.
Oh yeah, I agree. It's not.
Like it scans similar. My guess is that it's probably pretty similar in value to me. Of like, it's not really what I'm looking for.
No, I think the white. Like, I think it's possible for the white one to be better. First of all, 1 black is the cost. Second of all, like the white one, like actually is a good control tool. Like 2 versus 3 mana is huge.
That's true.
Like if you're only caring about things attacking you, then yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. I believe I am still broadly comfortable putting murder in decks.
I agree. I'm just like, I don't think this is going to be a great murder set, is all I'm saying.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's it has face down creatures, just like murders at Markov Manor. Sorry,
Exactly.
Karlov Manor.
True.
And therefore, like, it's not great.
You know what? Valid point. All right, Cackling Slasher, 3 and a black for a 3/3 creature human assassin. Death Touch. Cackling Slasher enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if a creature died this turn.
Mediocre filler is my vibe. Maybe Death Touch is good. I kind of doubt it.
Has a body.
Great. Like many things, it has a body.
I would agree.
Fanatic of the Harrowing. Of the ninth Harrowing, perhaps? 3 and a black for a 2/2 human cleric. When it enters, each player discards a card. If you discarded it... Okay, each player discards a card. Okay. If you discarded a card this way, draw a card. So, your opponent discards a card and you have to rummage.
Yes.
I mean... It's like 2 mana 1/1 they discard a card is generally okay to possibly very good. This is like 4 mana 2/2.
Yeah.
I don't love it, but the rummage is nice.
I think I want to go. I think I want to call the. I think my vibe on this is sack filler.
Sack filler. It's so expensive is the problem.
It is.
I think that...
But I'm also not convinced 2/2s are going to be that valuable for combat.
My vibe is later, so worse. And specifically saying that making your opponent discard a card for on a 4 mana card is much worse than making your opponent discard a card on a 2 mana card.
That's fair.
Like it's really not ideal because okay, so here's the awkwardness of it being 4 mana, right? Usually your opponent will still have cards in hand on turn 4. That's not necessarily the problem. The problem is that because your first chance to cast is on turn 4. Maybe you want to do something else on turn 4. Maybe your opponent presented a threat that you really need to remove on turn 4. So you don't want to play this on turn 4. So you don't have the flexibility of being able to play it later. So then maybe it gets delayed to turn 5. Maybe your opponent's run out of cards then. Or maybe it gets delayed even further than that. And I don't know. It just increases the fail cases of you draw this you have this in your hand or you draw it off the top and you don't have your opponent just happens to not have any cards in hand because it didn't line up well to cast this at any point. Whereas on 2, your opponent will always have cards in a 2-drop that your opponent will always have cards in hand. You're fine playing it out on turn 2. Help set up your sack stuff. This doesn't do that.
I mean, I definitely agree that it is worse than a 2-drop 1/1 that makes your opponent discard a card card. And I agree with obviously all the reasons you have said it's worse. I just am not the random, and I don't think this card does not scan exceptional to me or anything, but I think that I like the random upsides it has. I do think that forcing you to rummage is a degree of upside, and having a 2/2 body means that it does do things in combat in a way a 2 mana 1/1 doesn't. Again, I think it's a worse card, but I don't think it's truly bad, I guess.
My final counterpoint is that this set has many ways for opponents to spend their mana involving things that aren't cards in hand. For example, rooms.
Yep.
And manifest dread. I think there are ways to spend mana, so players have more cardboard in general, I think, in the set. And therefore causing your opponent to discard a card is less impactful.
Yep. I do agree with this. Yeah. Fear of the Dark. 4 into black. Ek for a 5/5 enchantment creature nightmare. Whenever it attacks, if defending player controls no glimmer creatures, it gains menace and death touch until end of turn.
If your opponent doesn't have any glimmers, this is pretty menacing.
I agree. Like,
I'm gonna give this the vibe of dumb beater, which like is something that sometimes you want.
yeah, I'm gonna give it the vibe of large body. Like,
Yeah, like it's like okay, it's just like you'll know when you want it, kind of like it doesn't seem like anything special. Like yeah, the menace and death touch is nice, but like then that's only on attacks. You know, like it only gets that value when you're attacking. Sometimes your opponent will control a glimmer, and then what they can like chump with the glimmer even. I don't know.
oh yeah, like I mean, I could imagine plenty of reasons I would want to play this card, but most of them are just related to wanting to play a 5/5 for 5.
Spectral Snatcher. 4 black for a 6/5 with Ward, discard a card, and Swamp's Lengthening too. Like it's just a big creature that's hard to like interact with. I think like reanimation target is my vibe. Like this is just a very low cost like reanimation target.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
I think a 6-man 6/5 with Ward, discard card is legitimately pretty nice.
I actually kind of think my vibe on this one is like good blocker.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this, because I think this with Ward is a defensive tool in a way I actually like out of a land cycler more.
Yeah,
than
it's
other
like
things.
just hard for your opponent to like efficiently deal with this, right? Like
Yes.
either they either trades with something big, or like you know if you're attacking with it, probably like trade with 2 things, right? Or your opponent has to like spend 2 cards dealing with it, you know, with removal. So
yeah,
I like it.
yeah, same.
General black vibes. Any thoughts?
I'm looking through the cards and my thoughts on them to try to get a sense of. I think my black vibes ultimately are incidental value.
Incidental value. My black vibes are like not cohesive. Like it doesn't. I don't like. There's a bunch of like individual cards that are like okay, but nothing stands out power wise, and nothing like. It doesn't feel like there's a like. I don't feel like I know what black is doing. Like black doesn't seem like it's particularly focused. Like white looks like it's at least like enable like there looks like there's stuff that like enables attacks and such. Like blue looks like it has some strong like longer game room stuff. Black is just like I don't know what black is doing. It like has some pieces that like fit into various synergies, but like nothing cohesive.
Yeah, I agree that I cannot envision like a full deck of black cards. It feels like a lot of the black cards are just like tools you will put in your deck because they will pull you ahead sometimes.
Okay, let's move on to green.
All right, Clockwork Percussionist. Red for a 1/1 artifact creature monkey toy with haste, and when it dies, exile the top card of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn.
I don't know how to think about this card. Is this the right card? I kind of want to call this needle drop. Like specifically that it like deals like a small amount of damage to your opponent and then draws a card. I guess it's good sack fodder.
It's good sack fodder, and it is a 1-drop artifact creature that wants to die for delirium. Like
that's a good call.
Yeah.
Delirium sack. That's what I'm gonna say.
I think
wanna
this is glue. Yeah, I want.
I want to
glue
just
between those two.
I want to call this enabler with text.
Not test. Text. Okay. Turn inside out. Red for an instant. Target creature does +3/+0 until end of turn. When it dies this turn, manifest dread. This is a weird trick in that it like never saves your creature, but like it. This is like Felonious Rage, basically. I think this is like better than Felonious Rage, personally. Like from MKM, like that one. Like I think +3 is better than +2. Like sometimes you kill people and like more often, and it trades up better. And also manifesting dread is better than a detective 2/2, right? And I don't think the haste was that relevant.
Rage. It was useful sometimes. I feel like I won like one game at MKM off of it, but like it's definitely not the reason the card is desirable. I think this is way better than.
Yeah. This is like you.
Felonious Rage.
I'm gonna give this a very specific vibe. It was just a thing that's like brewing in my mind, which is 1 plus 0.5 plus 0.5 for 1. This up to you if that counts as 2 words, but I think it does.
I mean, it makes sense to me as an analysis.
Yeah. So specifically, okay. So this is my analysis, right? So so you're trading your small creature and this card for their big creature and a 2/2, right? So that's kind of like a 2 for 2 or like a 1 for 1, right? Except that Manifest Dread gives you like I think half a card more than like Manifest Dread like is value, right? Like.
Yes.
Turning your creature into Manifest Dread is like a bit more than the card of value, right? I think. And the fact that the creature that you traded up, like it's like 1 mana for Manifest Dread, which is like good value. And the fact that you trade your creature up is also worth a bit more than the card, right?
Yep.
So that's why I'm calling this a 1 plus 0.5 plus 0.5 for 1.
I wanted to say values in combat for this because
like I think this card is just really good.
I agree. I just want this in my aggressive decks. I think hand that feeds 1 into red for a 2/2 mutant creature mutant, and with delirium, whenever it attacks while there are 4 more card types among cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+0 and gains menace until end of turn.
Interesting card. It's a bear that turns into a 4/2 menace.
Like I don't know. I think that if you're not able to,
Weird. Weird because it doesn't enable delirium very well itself.
No, like, but I mean I think it attacks well if you have delirium.
Well, yes, if you have delirium. I think I'm gonna give this swingy payoff derogatory.
Yeah, I just want to give it delirium attacker because I think it's a lot of I mean, I need to get a sense before I know how much I like this card. I need to get a sense of how viable it is to get delirium while attacking. I think.
So the problem is, my problem with this card is that it is pure payoff, no enabler, which is not great for delirium. Like
this is true.
I think that like the thing is like this is a card that wants you to have delirium, but in a game where you have spent mana and a card on this card, you are worse at turning on delirium.
This is true.
Like it actively hampers itself, I think, compared to like other cards you might want to put in your deck. So I don't like this card, but
that definitely makes sense.
Ragged Playmate. 1 in a red for a 2/2 artifact creature toy. 1 tap, target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. I think this is a nice aggressive creature.
I like this.
With the red-white uncommon.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's a pretty good curve. What was that card? Goblin Smuggler or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, Goblin Smuggler. That card was a banger. I'm gonna call this card Goblin Smuggler.
Reasonable.
I think this is a really powerful effect. This is why we have so many 2/4 in white.
I am going to call this card Attack Triggers.
Yeah, attack triggers. Yep, I like this card a lot. I think
I do too. I do too. Yeah.
like good early, good late.
Hey, grab the prize. 1 into red for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card. Draw 2 cards. If the discarded card wasn't a land card, grab the prize, deals 2 damage to each opponent.
How good is Tormenting Voice when sometimes it deals damage?
So I am unconvinced this card is meaningfully better than Tormenting Voice because decks that care about the damage do not want to cast this on turn 2. Do not want to cast this on turn 2, especially discarding a non-land. Don't want to cast this discarding a non-land card to find lands, and the decks that want to cast it discarding non-lands to find lands do not want to deal the damage.
Or don't care about the damage.
Yeah, don't care about the damage.
Okay, the vibe is Tormenting Voice then.
Yes, I believe the vibe is Tormenting Voice.
Yeah, I mean sometimes you use it to get the final 2 points in.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's pretty situated. Yeah.
But also
so sometimes you play a Tormenting Voice, not often.
I would argue that for it to be relevant as a way to get the last 2 damage in, you need another card in your hand that isn't able to get the. You need another non-land card in your hand that isn't able to get the 2 damage in.
Yeah, Scorching Dragonfire. 2 mana, deal 3 as an instant to a creature or planeswalker, and then if that would die, exile it instead. Pretty classic. Just I don't know. Strong removal.
Yep.
This is strong, cheap removal.
Yep.
Strong and cheap.
Yep. I want to just call it Cheap Exile.
I think that's less relevant and limited, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think it's relevant in the sense that it prevents delirium. It might be relevant to reanimation shenanigans.
Yeah.
There's enough graveyard that I care about it.
Yeah. Next up.
Rampaging Soul Rager. 2 into red, 1/4. Creature spirit gets +3/+0 as long as there are 2 or more unlocked doors among rooms you control.
I don't know if I like playing a 3 mana 1/4 so that I can get a 4/4 in a couple turns. There are some curves that let you get this as a 3 mana 4/4 really quickly, but I don't know.
I just want to write defensive red with 3 question marks.
That's a good bet. Defensive red. Worse than 4/4. I'm gonna say worse than 4/4/4, as in a 4 mana 4/4.
I agree with that.
I think overall generally this is worse than a 4 mana 4.
Yeah. I think we've already seen many better blockers for your room decks.
Yeah. Vicious Clown. 2 in a red for a human clown. That's a 2/3. Whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, it gets +2/+0 until. Sorry, this gets +2/+0 until end of turn. It's kind of like the previous one. I guess it attacks for more. Oh, I guess you can play your 4 mana. You can curve this into the red-white uncommon, make 3 1/1s, and then give this. Maybe make this an 8/3 that still gets blocked because it doesn't have menace.
I will say I do think it's a lot better than the 1/4.
I agree, it's a lot better than the 1/4. It's
I don't know. This card feels we've seen. I feel like we've seen so many 2-power attackers that I'm comfortable just being this is a filler attacker. I'm comfortable.
Okay, actually, okay. I think this card is just a 3 mana 4/3.
I agree with that.
And therefore, I'm going to call it a Raging Kronk. Or not, Raging. Is it Kronk? No.
Crunch.
Kronk is the character in Emperor's New Groove. Raging Crunch is what I'm going to call this.
Yeah. I'm just gonna call it Phil. I'm just gonna call it solid attacker because
Oh, this is really good with the unblockable thing, like the thing that makes 2 power.
Oh, you're right. It is. Yes.
Okay. Is your 5 still solid attacker?
Yeah, I think this is just solid attacker. Yep.
I think this card's actually good.
I think it'll mostly attack as a 4/3. I'm not convinced attacking as a 4/3 is that good, but I think it'll mostly.
Well, I think it is. I think 4/3 attacker is good.
Fair.
Sorry. There we go.
All right, Glassworks / Shattered Yard. Glassworks is a 2 and a red. When you unlock this door, this room deals 4 damage to target creature an opponent controls. And Shattered Yard is 4 and a red. At the beginning of your end step, this room deals 1 damage to each opponent. I like this card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like removal that kills your opponent eventually.
Yep. It's removal that kills your opponent and also like an actively good enchantment to sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm going to say removal that kills. That's my vibe.
Yep. I'm going to say removal with value.
I don't know if it's value, but yeah.
I think that
For sacking.
for sacking, like I don't know, because I think a lot of the time
I
you're
just
just
go removal to sack.
Yeah, I think that's also accurate. Yeah, except that I also think it's like relevant that you can.
give it that.
Yeah, I think that it is relevant that you can turn it into a.
Into a pinger.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Ticket Booth / Tunnel of Hate. As opposed to of love. So this is Ticket Booth. When you unlock this door, Manifest Dread, so 2 in a red for that. 3 mana Manifest Dread, okay. Not the best rate, but not... we'll see what we get on the other side. The Tunnel of Hate, 4 red, whenever you attack, target attacking creature gains double strike until end of turn. Both kind of expensive. I think you need to sack this for it to be good. Like I don't think the 6 mana mode is very good.
I mean, I agree that you need to sack it. I also just like. I also just don't think it's that good to pay 3 mana Manifest Dread and then sack it. I just want to say problematic rate for this.
Yep. I don't know if there's like any good combos with the like maybe there's a 5 mana 5/5 trample and probably not.
Yeah, like the things this card can do are conceptually pretty interesting. It's just I just think the rate is rough.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are you the MVS?
Wow, this looks a lot like a white card we saw earlier.
Oh yeah, it does. Wait. Okay, well, do you want to read it?
Most Valuable Slayer, 3 and a red for a 2/4 creature human warrior. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn.
Okay, so notably, this is 4 mana instead of 3 mana, and it gets first strike instead of indestructible. But you don't have to attack with this.
Yes.
And it can target itself. Okay, another combat. I don't know.
Like this one's probably decent in like the decks that just want to have a bunch of creatures with power 2 or less.
Yeah, I think this card is just good. I think this card is just good. This is like another combat prof.
Yeah. No, I'm willing to say it. Like, yep.
Like,
I just want to call this 2 power things. Like I agree that it's generally good as an attacker. I just
I had a nickel for every 2/4 in this set.
yeah, like I'm somewhat more skeptical about the sentence gets +1/+0 in first strike in and of itself in a creature in a set where again with like a bunch of 2/4s.
Yeah, I mean like think of curving like a 3/3 into this. That's nice.
What 3/3?
I don't know. Some 3/3. I'm sure there's one of them.
Fair. Yeah, there are some 3/3s, but like, I do think curving a 3/3 into it is nice and will, like, do work. I just also...
Ooh, first strike with turn inside out.
I also just somewhat think that, like, I don't know. I feel like if I'm playing this card, I am... I think if I'm playing this card, I am largely doing it because I want to enable attack. I don't know. It feels like this again feels like enabling things that want us to be able to attack and have creatures with power 2 or less. That is also like playable on rate.
I think this card is just good. Like, it's not as good as Combat Prof from Strixhaven, but like it just gives me those vibes. It's just like helps you attack.
That's
and like
true.
in a somewhat hasty way, which is just nice.
I mean, it definitely does. Yep.
I don't know how. I think I don't like this as much as the Ghost. I think because I think the big boost at up front plus the flying is better. But like, I don't know. I like this.
Yeah. Yep.
Ripchain Razorkin. 3 in a red for a 5/3 human berserker with reach. Here's your red reach every set. And it has 2 in the red, sack a land, draw a card. It's like, okay.
I don't know, the vibes are it has power and reach.
Power and reach. I don't know. I think this is like okay filler, I'm gonna say. Like, I don't know. I don't like this card that much, but like it's fine.
Like, I don't know, 3 toughness is, I don't know, 5/3 is a good body against 2 4s.
That is true. 5/3 does it just is +1/+1 more than 2 4s, and it also, you know, that's classically a good way to beat them in combat.
But also, like, I'm not excited.
Oh, but the other card, the previous card attacks into this because it attacks as a 3/4 first strike.
True. Boiler Bilge's Ripper. 4 and a red for a 4/4 creature human assassin. When it enters, you may sacrifice another creature or enchantment. When you do, it deals 2 damage to any target.
How good is 2 damage? I think 2 damage is decent.
2 damage is good. I like this.
Yeah.
I like this. Wasn't there an uncommon 5/4 in MKM that was
Yes.
this split second artifact?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think this is better.
I think
Like, that one dealt 3 damage, notably, but like
I thought that was also 2.
no, that one was 3, definitely. Okay. But like it was awkward because like you needed to like having artifacts felt somewhat hard in that set, or like you needed to work to have artifacts. I don't think you need to work to have creatures or enchantments in the set.
I agree. I think I'm just pretty happy to play this. Yeah, like.
Am I insane for calling this an FTK? Like, this is, like, just an FTK, I think? Like, obviously you need to sack a thing, but, like...
I mean, it isn't. I mean, strictly speaking, it is an FTK. I think it's, like... I think it is a bit weaker in a few ways, but, like, I still think it's good. Like, I just want to say, like... Yeah.
I'm gonna say smallish FTK.
Yeah, I just want to call this good. I really just want to say this is a good raid card. Like, I'm into playing this.
Yeah, I think... I have been liking red. I think red has a lot of good stuff.
Same.
Impossible Inferno. Speaking of good stuff, this is 4 and a red for an instant and deals 6 damage to target creature. So expensive, removal soul. But if you have Delirium, you impulse draw a card. You bottle a card. If you have Delirium, exile a card from the top of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn. So this is just like... This is like, what is that card? Annihilate or whatever? Kill a thing, draw a card. Yeah, Annihilate being 3 black, destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated, draw a card. This is like that if you have Delirium, which is like really good. Like that kind of effect is really good.
Oh yeah. Like.
Annihilate? Question mark? Okay, I'm gonna say Annihilate at Comet is my vibe. I don't know. I think this is a really, really good reason.
Oh yeah, like Delirium. I mean, I just want. Yeah, I mean, like my vibe is just like actively good. I want to put this card in my deck and find a way to enable it. Like I want to put this in my deck and find.
How many copies would you play? Because it just costs 5.
I'm thinking this through. I think I think if we're assuming like a slower deck, I was about to say up to 3 in a. I think I would say I'm up to 3 in a slower deck that can fairly consistently enable delirium.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think this card is just good.
Yeah.
Bedhead Beastie, 4 red for a 5/6 creature beast with menace and mountain cycling 2.
All of these to me are mediocre land cyclers.
I just want to call this not what I want, because this is not what I want out of a land cycler.
That's 2 words.
I think so. I don't think what is a word, is it?
Are you a word? No, you weren't. Okay, great. Overall red vibes. Sorry, red average is what I've been saying. I think the red average is like for me. I think I want to say I really like red. I think red is pretty good at attacking, which I like. I think it's pretty cohesive, which I like. I think red is like. I'm just gonna say like strong at attacking, and like it's just like lots of strong cards all around.
I want to call this like red, like proactive with payoff, I guess. Like red looks really good. Red looks really good to me. Yeah.
I think red is the best color so far.
Yep.
Let's see if green can top it. Green commons, and then after this, we're gonna like take a extended like 1 or 2 hour break to get food, then be back for uncommons. So notably, we'll have done 111 cards here because we did the 20 signposts plus. There's like 90 commons, and then we'll be doing 80 cards after the break.
Sounds good.
You thought green was strongest. Well, we'll see. We always save green for last because Wooburg order, but actually because I'll always find green the best because I am green pilled or something.
All right.
Flesh Burrower. Ooh, lovely. I love that. 1 in the green for a 2/2 death touch. When it attacks, another target creature you control gains death touch until end of turn. Punch through those 4 toughness blockers, I guess. 2/2 death touch is like bigger than we usually get.
Yeah, like
I think this card is just good.
I like it. I mean, I like it. Yeah, like.
Like 1 with death touch can sometimes be good just for like defensive speed.
Oh,
This is a similar thing while also attacking.
Yeah, I think my vibe is just like good at combat. Like I don't know. 2-drop death touch blocks well.
Supporting survivors makes sense.
Yep.
Survivors, as we all know, love flesh burrowers. I don't know. Just trades well. I don't know. It just trades well.
Yeah.
I like this a lot.
Wary Watchdog, 1 into green for a 3/1. When it enters or dies, surveil 1.
So apparently in Magic, the keyword wary means when it enters or dies, surveil 1, because this is a functional reprint of the card Wary Thespian, which I believe does exactly the same thing from March of the Machine. I guess there's also Wary Okapi, which does not have that text. It's a 3-mana 3/2 vigilance. But it's really funny that both the Thespian and the Watchdog, which do the same exact thing, are 3/1 are wary.
Yes.
You know.
So.
My vibe on this is it's a 1.5 for 1. It's just a good 2-drop.
Yep. Like yeah. I mean mine is just good 2-drop. Like I like playing this. I don't know. Surveilling is good, and surveilling is good. 3/1s do things.
Yeah, it trades off. It like sets up your next draw. It sets up delirium.
True.
It's very nice. Horrid Vigor. 1 in the green instant. Target creature gains death touch and indestructible until end of turn. So this reads: destroy target attacking or blocking creature.
Yes.
Sorry. Destroy target blocking or blocked creature is what this says.
Yes.
I don't know if
like I mean I don't think it quite says that because of how good it is into double blocks.
That is true. That is very true. But like, it's kind of close to destroy target blocking or blocked creature.
I do agree with that. Oh no, I think it basically is that. I think it basically is that. I'm just like, the double block thing came up because I was thinking to myself, like, how we're engaging with survivors here, and I feel like survivors getting double blocked will actually be a thing.
Yeah.
I think I want to go with specialized trick for my vibe here, because like I can see value. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely worse than overprotect, but overprotect is like kind of a real like one of the like one of the highest end tricks we've ever seen at uncommon. Also, like it's definitely worse than overprotect. Yes.
Yeah, like I do not think I would not go out of my way to call this a good combat trick. I just think but I could like see enough scenarios where it would be useful that I would not be surprised if there's relevance to having a copy in your deck.
I want to call this narrow I want to call this narrow tool. Like, this is a narrow tool specifically for like combat. Like, if you specifically want to like get into combat a lot. Like, I could see this being a really good sideboard card.
Yes.
But I'm like hesitant to like want to play a main deck.
It feels very survivor oriented to me at first, even as far as combat tricks go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Manifest Dread, 1 and a green, sorcery, Manifest Dread.
You love to see it.
I am very tempted to make the vibes also Manifest Dread.
Or you're allowed.
But this is mostly for the meme. Thoughts on this card?
Oh, I know what my vibe is. My vibe is in all caps. Enables delirium. Like, think about it. You play this, you put a sorcery in your graveyard and one of your top 2 in your graveyard.
This is true.
This is really good at enabling delirium.
That is true.
And like, 2 mana 2/2, but like you can flip the thing up at some point. Like, I don't know. I think this card is good. It puts 3 like if you play this and then trade it off, like specifically in a delirium context. Like, I wouldn't put this in a survivor deck, but like if you put this in a delirium deck, you play this, you put 1 card in your graveyard immediately, you put the sorcerer in your graveyard immediately, and then you trade off your 2/2. It's kind of like a 2/2 that milled 2, almost.
Yeah.
Like it's really weird to think about, because like this looks like you're just making a 2 mana make a 2/2, but it's actually a 2/2 mill 2, right?
Yes, I definitely think it does a lot more than just making a 2/2. But I also like. I guess I question how. I guess I question beyond just being like a delirium enabler how. Like, I guess I question because what I'm not convinced of is that it is substantially better as a delirium enabler than a 2 mana 2/2 with mill 2 would be, beyond just like being a sorcery.
Yeah, no. So I think being a sorcery really helps, because like you're not going to have that many sorceries in your deck. So Wary Thespian exists, right?
Yes.
So it's kind of like a 2. I think that one also similarly enables delirium. But like, I do think the sorcery thing really matters, and there are things that care about Manifest Dread.
Yeah.
Like there is upside there. Like, I think this is a good card in your delirium deck mainly. I would not play it outside.
Yeah, I want to give it specialized value. I think it is. I think the decks are I think the decks I want to put this in are a bit more specialized than that. But
Yeah.
Than just like any delirium deck.
There's some Manifest Dread decks that like will also, I think this is like good enough to put in the delirium.
I think
deck.
it's yeah.
Like, you just want your like. I think playing a 2/2 that trades off is like just good in your delirium deck.
That's fair.
Also, Monstrous Emergence. This is 1 in the green for a sorcery. As initial cost, to cast a spell, choose a creature you control or reveal a creature card from your hand. It deals damage equal to the power of the creature you chose or the card you revealed to target creature.
Okay, so this is a bite spell that doesn't ever get blown out. Like,
Yes.
even if you choose the creature on the battlefield, you have already locked that by paying the cost of choosing it. And like it's not a target anymore. So like, yeah, this is just a bite spell that never gets blown out. Wow,
yeah.
This is just Doomblade. My vibe is Doomblade.
Oh yeah, I just want to say consistent bite.
Yeah.
Like, this seems great to me.
So the one thing this doesn't work with Death Touch, notably, because the creature is no longer the thing dealing damage. This is the thing dealing damage.
Yes, that is true.
That is one downside. But like, you do just get to, like, if you have a big, it is just like a deal 3, 4, 5. I don't know.
Yep.
It's really good. Wow.
Also, Organic Chicken Green has had direct damage for a very, very long time.
Yeah. Hornet Sting.
Hornet Sting.
Yeah. I don't know. Great. Okay. Can we check in with Green a bit? We've looked at 5 cards, 5 2-drops, like five cards that cost 2. One of them was a situational trick, but then we're like, okay, we have 2 good 2-drops, 1 really good removal spell, like possibly one of the better. It's probably worse than Scorching Dragonfire, but two good 2-drops, a really good removal spell, and then like a really good synergy piece. Mm-hmm. Green is the best color.
Oh yes, yes.
Anyways,
say its name. 1 into green.
Do you know the name?
I do not. Do you?
The name is the last card. In the last card that we're going to be covering. It's not, my thing isn't loading, so I'll do this. No, it costs 7. Altenac. Anyways.
1 into green for a sorcery. Mill 3 cards, then you may return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Exile this card and 2 other cards named Say Its Name from your graveyard. Search your graveyard hand and or library for a card named Altenac the Thrice Called and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle, activate only as a sorcery.
Okay, so we should actually look at Altenac.
We should, yes.
So preview. Oh wait, no. Yeah, that's why. Okay, here you go. This is Altenac. It is a 7-mana 9/9 trample that has like the same text as Cactarantula. Like when it becomes a target of a spell or ability, you draw a card.
Yep.
It also has like some other text, but like that's like the relevant thing is if you draft an Altenac and 3 Say Its Names and you pull the thing off, you get a 9/9 trample. Yes. Which is really good to get for free, as it turns out. So there's 2 steps to evaluating this. How good is it without the bottom text?
I mean, I think without the bottom text, it is a card I'm not unhappy to play a decent amount of the time.
And Delirium enabling?
Yep. Like, my guess is, trying to think this through. My instinct is that, this card is reasonably playable as a Delirium enabler, likely not very good outside of that function.
I agree. Or like if you have a bomb, this could be okay. Like you can't rebuy your bomb. It doesn't have to be among the 3 milled.
That is true. Yep. So I think I'm there, and I believe that. I think my instinct is that we take this if we think we're going to be in the market for a Delirium enabler, and don't start thinking about the Altenac part until later on.
Okay, so here's another take I have. Altenac specifically, I think this card is good.
I agree.
Like I think like if you like I think you can just put this in any green deck and it'll be good. You don't need to say its name.
Fair.
Right? I think you're allowed to cast this as a 7-mana 9/9.
I have mixed feelings there. I feel like casting it as a 7-mana 9/9 is liable to die a decent amount. Is liable to just like not adequately stabilize a decent amount of the time.
That's fair. Okay, maybe I don't know.
I guess it doesn't have reach and doesn't gain life.
Yeah, like, it doesn't have reach, doesn't gain life, and doesn't block more than one creature, and doesn't, like, do anything to help you block against more than one creature.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, maybe it's not as good, but the discard ability is kind of nice. But like specifically, I think you're allowed to take Altanak and then try to get 3 saves.
I do agree with that. I don't think I would be, like, miserable putting this in, like, a random green deck that could realistically cast it, to be clear.
Especially since, like, even if you get, like, 2 Say Its names, then this becomes better because you can more consistently ramp with it. But, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Like, I think, yeah, I don't... I am more inclined to spec on Say Its Name than Altanak, I think, is where I'm at still.
Yeah. Okay, so the other thing is, like...
Well,
maybe you shouldn't ever do it because, like, it's really hard to get all 3 of your Say Its names. Like, do you really want to play 3 copies of Say Its Name in your deck? I kind of feel like you need 4.
I feel like I want... You probably do need 4. I feel like if I want to try to do the Altanak thing with Say Its Name, I am trying to get rid of... I'm trying to get 1 or more copies of Say Its Name into my graveyard without casting them.
I agree.
More than anything else.
Which means I think you need 4. Like, I think like you do need 4.
Yeah. Like... But this is the point where I also bring up, like, I do think...
This is diminishing returns.
Yes. This is weird.
Needs 4.
Yeah.
Is my vibe. Like, specifically for the Altanak thing.
Yeah. I think... Like, the problem is that, like, I think that in a lot of ways this is ultimately just a Delirium enabler and a pretty good one. You don't think it's that good?
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But I think it's good. In Delirium.
Yeah. But I also think that, like... What do I want to say for my vibe? I think for my vibe, I want to say I think my vibe I want to be I think the vibe I want to give this is allowed to fail, because I think there are a bunch of things about this that make me comfortable trying to do the thing and failing more than anything else.
You've spent a lot of wheel spinning if you fail. Like if you're trying to do the Altanak thing.
I mean, yes, but like
I'm just a bit more skeptical, but we'll see. We'll see.
I'm also not convinced at this juncture this set doesn't give time to wheel spin.
That's fair. That's fair. Cryptid Inspector. 2 and a green for a 2/3 Vigilance, Elf Warrior. Whenever a face-down permanent you control enters, and whenever it or another permanent you control is turned face up, put a counter on it. So if this was your manifested thing and you've turned it face up, it'll like get a counter from that as well. I mean, I think a 3/4 Vigilance is decent. Like I think this can grow pretty quickly.
I agree. The fact that it gets two counters per manifest dread is really nice.
Theoretically, yeah.
Yeah, like if we assume that you're both manifesting and turning everyone face up.
I'm gonna say solid with growth. Like if you can grow it. I'm gonna
say skeptical but hopeful, because I feel like I've been burned too many times by 2/3s that promise to grow.
Yeah, but this one I feel like grows a bit easier than others.
Yeah, I agree that I think it does, but it also this is one of the moments where Vigilance I also think helps a lot.
Yeah, no, I would not be nearly as interested without Vigilance.
Yeah, of course, but I also I don't know, when I look at this, I question how much I don't like that I am skeptical of the fact that it doesn't grow itself. Even so.
Oh, just by itself?
Yeah. I am skeptical of the fact that you need to engage with a specific set mechanic in order to grow it.
Yeah, I definitely narrow.
But okay.
Grasping Long Neck. 2 and a green for a 4/2 enchantment creature horror with reach, and when it dies, you gain 2 life.
2 words: defensive speed for me. Like
Yep.
blocks, it trades, it gains 2 life.
Yeah, I mean, mine is trades well. Like,
It's 2/4 trades. It's 4/2 trades with 2/4.
yep. Like, I don't know. Seems good. Seems like a good blocker.
Ooh, right. Green has all these bangers. Spine Seeker Centipede. I remember seeing this one. 2 in the green for a 2/1 insect. When it enters, search for basic, put in your hand, then shuffle. You know your common district guide. Delirium. It gets +1/+2 in vigilance. So if you have delirium, it's a 3/3 vigilance. I don't know.
I actively like this card. Like, I don't know.
Can I call it a mythic common?
You can if you want to. I just want to call it best guide.
Best guide. I'm gonna say time for soup? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
God, this card is so nice for soup.
This card is really good.
Frantic Strength. 2 and a green for flash enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has trample.
They keep adding upsides to feral invocation.
They do.
And trample's nice.
Trample is nice. Trample is nice. It's not in green. It's less in green, but like instant speed areas remains nice and nice. Like combat tricks are somewhat better for survivors. I still don't love this.
Yeah. I'm gonna say invocation disappoints.
Yep.
For my vibe. You have a vibe?
I want to say like pessimistic. But, I don't know, pessimistic, but like maybe. Like, I don't know. I can vaguely see uses for this. I can see enough uses that I want to say maybe, but it seems bad. Yeah.
Another room. I think this is our final common room. Common room. Moldering Gym is 2 in the green for when you unlock it, search for basic and put it onto play tapped. So 3 mana ramp spell. And Weight Room is 5 in the green for when you unlock this and manifest dread, then put 3 +1/+1 counters on it. So 6 mana 5/5, 3 mana ramp spell. Both are pretty bad rates.
Yep.
On their own, stapled together. What do we get? I think so. It's unfortunate that you can't like curve playing the one side and then doing the other side the next turn. You get to 5 mana on turn 4, not 6 mana. I think this is still okay. So okay, I think what this card does is this is secretly like this enables you to play like ramp plus cheap removal.
Yes. I mean, like,
because it gives you like a stabilizing blocker at some point.
yeah, I agree. I also just like, I don't know. This looks like a soup card to me also to some extent. Like it is at the end of the day, I don't know, it's ramp plus fixing that ultimately values in impactful ways. Like, I don't think it's insane on rate, but I think it's a soup. I don't think it's insane on rate, but I don't know. I think it's a soup. I think it is. I want to call it a soup enabler because I think it is. But
I'm going to say inefficient, but enabling.
Yep.
And you said soup enabler?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Anthropede. 3 and a green for a 3/4 creature insect with reach. When it enters, you may discard a card or pay 2. When you do, destroy target room. This, I mean, I don't really want to play this.
Sideboard card.
Yeah, thanks. Like, I don't want to play this if I'm not destroying a room.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I was like, about,
Like, it is really good against like a room deck. Like if you just
Yeah,
get to
of
like
course.
pay 6 mana for a 3/4, they discard a card, right?
It's you. What? Sorry.
Well, I mean, sorry,
Oh, yeah.
like if they haven't unlocked, like a lot of
yeah,
times
yeah.
it'll be like, for example, with the previous
Yes.
one, you like make them discard that card. Sometimes it'll be like a continuous effect that you're killing, but yeah.
Yeah.
Cautious Survivor, 3 and a green for a 4/4 Elf Survivor. I like that. It feels like green has been going on longer because like there's more interesting cards. There's more like good cards.
Yes. It's.
I'm like, wow, there's so many more green cards than the other cards, but no, there's just more good. There's just more good cards.
Yes, we're definitely not seeing a pile of creatures with low power and high toughness that do nothing but enable attacks.
Cautious Survivor, 3 and a green for a 4/4 Elf Survivor. Survival. If you do the survival thing, you gain 2 life. I mean, it's a 4/4 that like has like half lifelink.
Yeah, like.
Good racer.
Yeah.
With my vibe.
I wanted to say fine body. Like, I don't know. I'll play this and attack with it.
Yeah, it's like it's a decent upside on the 4/4.
Yep.
It's like nothing special, I don't think, but
Bashful Beastie. 4 and a green for a 5/4 creature beast. When it dies, manifest dread.
I like it.
I think it's okay. I don't know. I mean, I think my line lands on like probably good. Usually this is like, usually these component parts are good.
I'm gonna say 5 mana death derogatory.
Yeah.
5 mana death triggers can sometimes be hard to trigger.
Yeah.
But it's like okay.
Yeah, I want to say probably. I want to say probably solid. I don't know. Like, I am. It is a death. It's again 5 mana with a death trigger is not ideal, but obviously, but like it's a death trigger that does things that are good on a 5/4.
Yeah. And finally in green we have Slavering Branch Snapper. This is 4 green for a 7/6 trample. It has 4 cycling. You know the drill for me at this point. Mediocre land cycler. Doesn't have reach, doesn't gain life.
Yeah, like I just want to say bad blocker. Also,
Is it that bad? It's like bad stabilizer, more like.
yeah, bad stabilizer is better. It is more accurate to what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's like okay, but like I don't know. The rest of green stuff is like better than this.
Yeah.
Also, I will say like 4 cycling gets worse when you have all these good green 2s that like,
That's
especially
true.
like ones that like set you up, like the wary dog that like surveils.
This is very true.
It helps you hit your land drops without like doing
Yeah.
this. Yeah, so green overall. Best color.
Yeah. Yeah, best
Design.
color. Like, I don't know, green looks really good.
Yeah, it's just like all the cards are good.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but that's before they were like they used to make it so that all the green commons were like not great and all the green uncommons are really good. But now all the green cards are good. I guess what we haven't seen the uncommons, but colorless commons. Let's go through this really quickly.
Yep. Bear Trap. Bear Trap. 1 mana for an artifact with flash. Pay 3, tap it, sack it, deals 3 damage to target creature.
I mean, it's like the Scalding Cauldron from Eldraine, except it has flash. Almost exactly that.
Yep. Like
3 damage might be a bit low though.
I think it's a bit. I don't like this. I don't really want to play this, but I will if I need delirium or. I wanted to say, I wanted to say removal artifact. Like, I will play this if I need removal or if I need an artifact that goes to the graveyard for delirium. I don't really want to go out of. I'm not actively excited to play this card.
I'm gonna say comparably inefficient. Like, the all the other removal in this set is too efficient for me to think this is good.
Yep.
Like you can generally find better better stuff in your colors. Found footage. 1 mana for an artifact's clue. You may look at a face-down creatures your opponent's control at any time, and it has 2 sack it, surveil 2s, and draw a card. So this is 3 mana surveil 2 draw a card, kind of.
Yep.
with minimal upside. Bad cantrip.
Yeah.
It enables a delirium, kind of. Puts this in the
Kind
graveyard
of.
and surveils too. Like you can go 1-2. You know.
I want to call it zero impact.
Okay, maybe one of us should mention delirium in these, but whatever.
Yeah.
People should listen to what we're saying.
Exactly. I also just want to say I am sad that there is a clue and a detective in this set and they don't synergize at all.
It's a detective.
Yes.
Oh, there's multiple detectives. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Anyways.
Friendly Teddy. 2 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature bear toy. When Friendly Teddy dies, each player draws a card.
Big game, all caps.
Yep. I don't know. I'm just gonna call this a grizzly bear. Like there's the ways in which it votes for a big game, but I also just think it's a grizzly bear.
Big game, no caps. With this, you're right. This isn't impactful enough. Glimmer Lights. 2 mana equipment with when it enters, create a glimmer, a 1/1 white glimmer with enchantment creature token. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, so this doesn't it doesn't attach to the glimmer immediately. And so this is a short sword plus a 1/1. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, equip 1. It's like okay.
Yeah.
Like it's a 3 mana 2/2. You know, that like dies and leaves behind the equipment. I think this is good.
It's like, it's like Ancestral Blade, except I feel like it's just like
Ancestral Blade that costs 3. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't Ancestral Blade 2? Like I thought it's Ancestral Blade, but isn't like I think.
I think Ancestral Blade equips for 1, right?
Yeah, it's 1 to equip. Yeah. Like I think it's Ancestral Blade, except like you get an enchantment instead of saving you 1 on the equip.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's good.
I think it's probably good. Like, I want to.
I guess like giving +1/+1 to a 2/4 does not make it fight a 2/4 better.
No.
No. Obviously, we were overselling the 2/4 thing. But
yes, but like it. No, but it does enable it. Like I know we've
let's run through the archetypes, right?
It does.
This is good for like Esper, like enchantment and like eerie stuff.
Yep.
Then this is good with Sack.
Yep.
This is somewhat good with Delirium. It's an artifact.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
It's not amazing with Delirium, but it's fine. It's good with Survivors.
Yep.
This is what's white? Reanimation. Whatever. Reanimation doesn't exist. Not great with Runes. More Delirium stuff. It's good with like Go Wide.
Yeah.
And it's like what doesn't really work with Manifest Tread, but like it works with a lot of archetypes.
Yeah.
Glue? Coursework?
I think I want to just call it minor value because I think it's like really easy to make this actually value.
It's weird glue, but I think it might kind of be gluey. Would you like to do our last card?
Malevolent Chandelier. 6 mana for a 4/4 artifact creature construct with flying and pay 2. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Activate only as a sorcery.
My indictment of this card is that Sam Black does not like this card, I don't think. Or like I think Sam Black said like someone asked Sam Black on Twitter like would you say that this card like fails at being the card you want because the body is too good, and then Sam Black responded no, it's because the body is too bad.
I do agree that the body is very mediocre.
I think there's a better shuffling effect.
Yeah. That is true. Virtue that is also true. Like I really dislike that this activates as a sorcery.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
You generally like would rather like hold up like instant speed interaction and like activate it when you don't need to use it.
Yes.
Rather than like committing mana to doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't know. This is like I can see. This card is like I can see the dream, but I cannot imagine a way to actually get there.
What's your vibe?
Unlikely to work.
My vibe is I'm trying to decide between Sam would never, which is probably going to be false. Sam Black would probably play this card. Do better than this. like there is literally a card at uncommon that is better at doing what this wants to do than this.
I mean, true.
So
God, yeah.
Anyways, that is all of our comments. I don't think we need to recap the colorless comments. Green is the best color. Red, so we like green, red, and then like.
I am on green, red, white, black, blue.
I think green, red, white, blue, black is my order.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Black's. Yep. I think splitting the difference between black and blue right now is probably not that relevant.
Okay. Well, so that's going to be it for the comments. We're going to be back later today. I don't know, in a couple hours, I would guess.
Yeah.
6:30ish EST. Thank you all for tuning in and watching. You should tune back in 2 hours for all the uncommons that we haven't covered. So all the uncommons except the gold ones. And yeah, exciting to... I think we did get this done faster because we were doing vibes and not numbers.
Oh yeah, vibes over numbers felt great. Like
it was a great vibe.
True.
While we're on our break, you guys should go check out System Magic. They're playing a modern Neoform, which I'm sure is completely of their own volition and not forced upon them by any particular viewer whatsoever. So I'm gonna send you all over to that. You should enjoy.
Yeah.
And yeah, be back in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.